Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Louisiana State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education Board meeting. We'll begin with roll call.
Yes, sir. Dr. Beebe?
Here.
Dr. Beebe is present. Ms. Bofi?
Here.
Ms. Bofi is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Mr. Garvey? Here. Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio?
Here.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill?
Here.
Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Dr. Moranti?
Present.
Dr. Moranti is present. Ms. Orange Jones?
Present.
Ms. Orange Jones is present. Mr. Romer?
Here.
Mr. Romer is present. And Ms. Smith?
Here.
Ms. Smith is present. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Ms. Veronica Brooks forward to lead us in the invocation, followed by Jody Lohr of the Child Care Association of Louisiana, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
We could all bow our heads, please. Heavenly Father, we pray that you will give us your gift of knowledge, that we might always make the best decisions for the good of all the school children in Louisiana. We pray that you give us the wisdom to know and define our tasks, the strength to build and refine our educational goals, and the courage to persevere as necessary. We ask for your direction that we might make unselfish decisions for those we serve. We pray that all who are assembled here today have a safe journey home, and we thank you for all your past and future blessings. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, both of you, for doing that. By the way, I want to apologize for not having a jacket on this morning. I'm running late, taking the kids to school, managed to leave it at the house. Like first to have someone move for approval of the agenda, please.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so moved.
Approval of the minutes of the August 13th, 2014 meeting.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
So there's a motion by Ms. Bofi, seconded by Mr. Lee. Is there any objection or modification to the minutes? Hearing none, so moved. I'd like to invite the State Superintendent to give a few remarks to start off our meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I wanted you to know that I have been in the last 2 weeks in each of your districts. I wanted to thank those of you who took the time to join me, and I believe that was most of you. I've been in a large number of districts in the state just to get a feel for how things are going, and I have focused my efforts on really 4 areas. One is the early childhood unification of the early childhood network. Second is the implementation of higher academic standards. Third is the attempt to have teacher candidates have more time in the classroom prior to graduating and entering the workforce. And fourth is the effort to graduate students prepared with career credentials. In every area, there is tremendous energy in the schools and in the school systems, and we're working our way through challenges. And I really just wanted, more than anything else, just to compliment the teachers at the higher education and at the kindergarten through 12 level. This is now my 4th year of doing these kind of tours, and I'll tell you, every year it just feels like things kind of move deeper into the system, and the teachers come to understand things at a deeper level. And for those of you who have sat in these discussions, the sophistication of the questions coming from the teachers in each of those initiatives is just a really inspiring thing to participate in. And I don't know that there's much more to say about that. Obviously, there's a lot of questions, some of which are good things and some of which are bad things, but all of them to me indicate that a lot of the work that you have started here is moving its way through the system, and the teachers are working hard on the issues. And I, more than anything else, wanted to express my appreciation from birth all the way through master's level work, their efforts to do that. I'll tell you, I did not encounter a single teacher on my trip who said no. I encountered plenty of honesty with people saying to me, you got to change this, you got to stop doing this, you got to do more of this, but I didn't encounter a single person who said no. And I don't take that to be that there's no disagreement with me or with you or anything like that. There's 50,000 educators. Obviously, there's different viewpoints. But I took it to be a willingness to work things through and to know that if we stay consistent, they will stay consistent. And, you know, I will say, I will close with saying that the one I think most consistent thing they asked of me was to remain consistent. And there were some things that they said, you know, iron this out, but no one asked for more complexity. No one asked for more change. No one asked for more switches. And that won't surprise you, but that's an easier thing to say than it is to do in light of all the politics. And, you know, I think, you know, when you work your way through it with the teachers, whether it's career education, whether it's pre-K, whether it's Common Core state standards, people generally want us to work through the kinks rather than enact a radical shift. And I want to appreciate you for coming out and supporting those events. I probably brought back to my team 200 different little notes that I shared with my team about each of those initiatives. They're invaluable, and I just greatly appreciate the opportunity. I also want to thank the state of Louisiana for giving me a Prius, which allows me a highly fuel-efficient trip across our state. It also, however, subjects me to great ridicule when in North Louisiana, where my car is only 1/3 of the size of the average vehicle.
Everyone's laughing.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct. Everyone else is laughing.
Thank you for that report, Superintendent. I don't know if anybody has a comment or a question. Ms. Orange-Jones?
Just a comment and then a question. Thank you so much, Superintendent, for your update. I wasn't able to join you, unfortunately, when you were in District 2, but I did hear really positive, favorable reports from teachers about really rigorous discussion. And I just wanted to know whether or not you could potentially provide the board with a couple of examples that illustrate the point you're making specifically about how the complexity of the questions are changing and how the work we're doing here is really translating. You're seeing a different level of question at the teacher level. I'd love to just hear a couple of examples of what that actually looked like across the state.
So the question, just to focus, so I do 7 in each of each region. I do 7 meetings, and 4 of them are standard, basically teacher-based meetings. And let's just take the teacher leader meeting would be one. So these are K-12 teachers in primarily academic fields. Almost always when you ask them where is their misalignment in the system of standards, assessment, content, and professional development, they pretty much go to exactly the same areas right now, which is they tend to say that they think there needs to be more definition of what success looks like for kindergarten through 2 teachers. And they think that the world of high school assessment needs to be better aligned in the way that 3 through 8 assessment is better aligned. And there are other issues, you know, that are, but what that tells me is that they're really working through in their student learning targets, you know, what does success actually mean? Why is it different from one place to the next? What does that mean for kids when they get to the next grade level? And that, you know, they're really not saying, oh, that's so unfair. They're really saying what's right for the kids in terms of preparing them for the next grade level. And I think that all of this in great part comes of them saying, I know my kids have gaps. I want to close that gap. And this is what I think my recommendation to you would be. And that's very powerful to see.
That's powerful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Bovee.
So I was wondering if you anticipate that there'll be any recommendations for us on the policy side relative to what you're hearing from the teachers and when we might start to consider those items.
Yeah, I think the K through 2, there's a number of policy items that I think we need to consider coming out of those discussions. some of them are already being taken up by the Accountability Commission, which is where most of this work rests, most of the things I just discussed. One of them relates to Compass. As you know, there is a commission, not just the Accountability Commission, there's a subcommittee that was established by the legislature by Representative Hoffman's bill of the Accountability Commission, which will address Compass issues. And I think how we come out of this transition to the new standards with a Compass system that we all believe is the right system is really important. I think it's something that I hope the board will take up in the next 4 months, 4 to 6 months. That's one issue. Second is K through 2. I think that giving kindergarten through 2 teachers the right tools, not standardized testing, I'm not suggesting that, but the right tools to define what success looks like in a holistic sense, in the same way that you're doing for teachers of 4-year-olds, is something that over the next 9 months we really want to work with the board on. High schools is trickier, I think. I think there are tweaks needed, and there is a broad consensus among high school teachers, from what I can tell, that there are tweaks needed. For example, why do we grade our 3 through 8 tests on a 5-point scale, but our 9 through 11 tests on a 4-point scale? I think pretty much every high school teacher I talk to is comfortable making that tweak. Radical shifts, however, I don't think there's a lot of comfort making. And, so I think there are probably tweaks that we can bring you in the next 9 months. I don't think there are radical shifts we can bring you in the next 9 months.
Dr. Morandi.
Thank you, Superintendent. I know how important it is to keep our finger on the pulse. I also know that you're getting some really legitimate feedback on Eureka, and I'm wondering at a future time when you will be able to share that with us with some format and plan to address that directly.
Sure, I'd be happy to talk about it at the next board meeting. I would say I think the school boards of the state are doing a great job of processing it and responding to it in their own districts, making adjustments here and there. But we do have good responses with respect to giving parents guidance, giving supports to districts directly, and studying the issue specifically. So I'd be happy to talk about it at the next meeting.
Great.
Mr. Lee.
I think the visits were really good in that it provided an opportunity for teachers to hear and interact directly, and that's a very positive and good communication system, particularly with the teacher leader groups.
Yeah.
Then also, same thing with the Jump Start, with the business type people. It just helps to have that communication where they know you're listening. You hear their concerns, they interact and relate, and I think we're seeing some good things happen.
Yeah. Several of you attended the teacher leader meetings. They were particularly good. I know several of you attended the Jump Start meetings. I thought those were good too.
Dr. Beebe.
Superintendent White, I truly appreciate the fact that you're willing to listen to educators, and also the fact that you recognize that there have been rapid changes, and certainly with the Accountability Commission's most recent meeting, there was the discussion of the teacher evaluation program, and comments made that the teacher evaluation program was not intended to be punitive. And that's easy for someone to say, but those who are experiencing the process directly, it is somewhat challenging. I recognize the importance of an evaluation program and certainly do not resist an evaluation process. But I would hope that through this Accountability Commission that we have those conversations, and that there is sincerity and a willingness to listen to the concerns. Teachers are fearful of the value-added model. Their livelihood is at stake, and I've seen. We've experienced it within school systems a mass exodus of teachers, and I understand that the teacher exit report was submitted or will be submitted to the legislature. But from my experience, not only in the school district I represent, but throughout the state, teachers indicate whether they put it on their exit, they include it on their exit, in their exit packet, they're leaving because of their fear of being rated ineffective. And I don't know that it's fear, but you know, they've given so much of themselves, they've dedicated themselves to the education profession, and many would rather leave rather than having a blemish on their record. So getting back to the Accountability Commission, where COMPAS is concerned, many hours are spent on inputting the data. For example, as superintendent, I personally observe and evaluate principals. I am responsible for 16 principals, and it takes hours to input that data, and I'm dealing with 16 individuals. There are principals responsible, some have a staff of 45 to 50, and yes, they can go through the process, and I think many are going through the process. But when I do a job, and when I know there are many principals who, like me, feel that if they're going to put something on a document, that they want it to be legitimate. So it takes time to prepare that documentation to put within those categories that are being evaluated. So my recommendation, and I know that there is autonomy within school systems, like some use the TAP, the Teacher Advancement Program, as their evaluation process. Some use COMPAS, and I'm sure there are others who use other things. My principals, we just had a district professional learning community, and there's a book, Leverage, where the focus is on the immediate feedback, taking the time, principals having the time to give that face-to-face feedback. And this is different from the COMPAS in a sense. Much of more time is spent inputting that information rather than having those face-to-face conversations with teachers. So I know this is a conversation for the Accountability Commission, but I would wish, and I'm hopeful, that we have open minds on that committee, that maybe we could look at tweaking the time, or tweaking the process rather, where less time is needed to input that data. Now, as far as the Jump Start initiative, I applaud the districts who are taking this very seriously. Certainly the network teams, they're working closely with school systems. I will give credit to my network team for being there, because this is new and it's challenging, but we know we can make this work. Yesterday there was a charter group seeking our approval for the CTE charter in Lafayette. And you know, I heard the conversations, the criticisms of traditional school systems, and you know, we're not providing the opportunities. Well, I haven't gotten to the point. I've had the discussions with some of my network team leaders to develop a career center in the St. Martin Parish school system. But if you board members had approved this charter, you would have presented competition for me as the superintendent in the St. Martin school system. Before I could get it off the ground, I wouldn't have the finances to make it happen. So, you know, when we're, you know, the point I guess we all need to consider is that when these supporters of traditional schools come forward and we talk about the fiscal challenges, this is what we're talking about. It's not that we don't have the wisdom to know what is needed. Sometimes resources are lacking, and certainly the finances. The early childhood initiative, I embrace it, and I have conversations with my educators within the St. Martin Parish school system, regardless of one's view of Common Core standards or the Common Core strategies. It is reality. It is the charge. And we're moving forward with that charge, with fidelity. But I cannot stand before anyone to say that our teachers are not feeling defeated. So Superintendent White, I'm going to ask you every opportunity that you can meet with teachers one-on-one to communicate that, look, we're going to get through this. But it's the fear. You mentioned the achievement gaps. I'm in the classrooms. In fact, within most recent weeks, 2 days within the week, I'm at schools doing site support visits. And we're seeing, I have observed teachers, they're implementing these strategies, but they're not at the level they need to be yet. They know when that test is administered, it's a reflection of their performance. So again, I don't know of anyone who doesn't want to succeed. And I will be the first to acknowledge that there are some teachers that we need to motivate them to get them to that next level. But I think the vast majority, I know the vast majority would like to see success. They would like to see school districts labeled A. They'd like to be employed at schools with an A letter grade. So I just felt compelled to share the concerns that, yes, there may be those educators who are celebrating, but then there are those educators who are weary, they're feeling broken, and we need to address it. I'm trying to do it within my district, but I think board members, if you have the opportunity to visit schools, please have a presence to show your support.
Thank you, Dr. Beebe. Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't comment on every issue, but I'm encouraged that the superintendent and those that have traveled will listen. And I want to bring a little bit different perspective. I'll be brief. But I do think there are some things that we can do better. I think every person at this table, and I think whether you are on one side or the other with regard to curriculum, want the best for our kids. I believe that, the students in this state. But I do think that parents are feeling a little bit that they've been left out of this equation. And I think we're going to have to do a better job. And so I'm hoping that as you visit, because I visit with a lot of parents. Parents call me, and a lot of them, President Romer, you went to school with, and they know you, and they're in the areas where I live for sure, and they feel a little bit disturbed that they can't help their children in certain areas. And I want them to be able to feel that they are a part of their child's education. We all want that. I want that for my grandchildren. Different schools have chosen different curriculums. I'm glad that we're going to have a review of the Eureka math, because it does seem that the districts that chose Eureka are having the most pushback from parents. And that's just an honest statement. So as we move forward in trying to, I think level-headed people coming to the table and talking about issues on both sides of this would be very healthy, because we do have some issues that we've got to address. I'm willing to say I want to be part of solving the problem, and I do think we have some issues. So as we move around the state and as we talk, I'd like to be able to share those concerns from parents that I think we can make this a better project. Thank you.
Appreciate everyone's comments. We'll be moving on now, and I appreciate, Superintendent, your report. Moving on to board committees, I want to tell the audience again, if there's an agenda item that you know now that you would like to speak on, please, there's a comment card. Many of you have already filled out. Please fill out a comment card. You can come up and fill out a comment card later if you realize there's something you wanted to speak about. But I'd like you to do it now if you could. I'm also going to let audience members know that we are going to limit presentations to 2 minutes. I am graceful, and at least I hope I am. That I'm not going to hold you to a hard 2 minutes, but I'd like you to try to keep it as brief as possible. And I'm going to tell board members as well that I don't, I'm going to limit boards members on each item to a few comments. So think about what you want to say. I'd like you to make your points, but we're not going to have a continuous back and forth amongst board members. So be conscious of that if you don't mind, and I'll try to manage it well so everybody feels they had a good opportunity, but that we handle our business well. I'll move to committee reports, please.
Okay. Item 5.1, Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee. Ms. Bradford?
Yes. On behalf of the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee, I move to approve motions 1 through 10, 12 through 14, 16 and 17, noting that items 16 and 17 are notices of intent, and pulling motion 11 and 15 as read items.
Second.
There's a motion by Ms. Bradford, second by, I believe, Mr. Lee. And we will move to the pulled items. Yeah, we'll approve. Let's before we go to the pulled items, is there any objection to approval of the items as listed? Hearing none, so moved. We'll move to the pulled items now.
I did not pull any of these, so I'm going to have to ask that whoever pulled 11, I think might would have been the department.
Yeah, motion 11, we just left off a couple of schools, so that's been that handout's been passed out to you. We just need to add a couple of schools to that list.
Got it.
Okay, so do we need to read the item and then read the? Do we need to read the schools?
The ones
No.
that are highlighted.
So is it correct in the book now? Is it correct?
No, sir.
No, it's not. Okay.
There was a handout given to you. There are 3 schools highlighted in yellow. They want to add RSD Crescent Leadership Academy. In the name of the school is Crescent Leadership Academy. RSD Renew Accelerated High School number 1, and RSD Renew Accelerated High School number 2. And those should be at your place.
So can we have a motion to, there's a motion by Dr. Moranti and seconded by Mr. Lee to amend that to reflect the information just given. Is there any objection on that item? Hearing none, so moved. I believe there was another pulled item. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, I pulled item 6.3, consideration of appointees of the Early Childhood Care and Education Advisory Council. First, let me apologize to my board members because I allowed myself to come out of character yesterday, and I should never allow anyone to allow me to get to that level. But however, what I did yesterday, I continue on my research in regards to the 2 representatives of the approved non-public school with publicly funded early childhood care center and education programs. After I concluded my research, I had the Black Caucus to pull Senate Bill 524, which was authored by Washworth and Senator Guillory in regards to the criteria for how we're going to create this advisory council. And one of the criteria is for us to have 2 representatives of approved non-public school with a publicly funded early childhood care center and education program selected by the state board. However, when I pulled my information in regards to Berry Cherry Tree Day Care Center, it was told to me by Superintendent White that it was a technicality in regards if it was a BESE or just approved non-public. So I went on and did some more research. I pulled Berry Cherry credentials, and they are a Class A. Currently, they are a Class A daycare center, which a Class A daycare center is a license that's issued through the Department of Children and Families. They're also a 5-star center, which is also issued through the Department of Education. However, they do receive NSECD funding. According to the Non-Public School Education Childhood Development Program, in order for you to receive those fundings, you have to be a pre-kindergarten center, Class A center, or an approved non-public school through BESE. Just because you see those fundings does not make you an approved BESE, or put it like this, approved non-public school. According to Title 28, Bulletin 741, which is our bulletin for non-public schools, It specifically states, in order to benefit from a state and federal funds, each approved school shall meet and maintain the following standards. The school must have a state-approved classification. The school must be in compliance with Broomfield versus Dot approval. The school must be a nonprofit institution or day residential school that provides early education, secondary education, or both. So after completing my research, there aren't any child care centers. Berry Cherry Tree Day is a child care center, not a school. There aren't any pre-K child care centers in the state of Louisiana that are approved non-public school. All the programs that we have currently in the child care centers that we have in the state are centers. Either they have a Class A license or etc., or they have a STAR credential from LDOE. So with that being said, after completing my, in total, research and investigation of this situation, Berry Cherry does not qualify according to state law as an approved non-public school. And one may say that we as a board only approve K through 12. You're totally correct. That's why we're currently putting this system together, this Early Childhood Advisory Council, so we can have a uniform pre-K program. And so with that, I would like to make a motion, but before I make my motion, I just want the board to hear what I did as a board member and took extra time to research this information. And I just want board members to understand that it's not about who's going to get the position, it's about what's right, and if we're following proper protocols and the law. And so with that, are there any questions?
Ms. Bradford?
Mr. Chair, I agree with the research. There aren't any BESE approved schools because BESE does not approve a 4-year-old and below programs at this time. So in looking at this issue that we have before us, can we pull just that one area and research a little more thoroughly who meet this criteria and bring it back in December for that one item?
I don't see any reason why we couldn't do that.
Then I'll make that motion. Because I think that there is some further investigation that needs to be done or some verbiage that needs to be changed. And so I think it behooves us to take that extra step.
Mr. Garvey, did you want to add comment?
Yeah, I would add a comment. This committee is going to start meeting, I think, long before we could conclude any research and get back to have another BESE meeting. So we might want to provisionally approve these appointees while we do our research.
One would be approved because there was no controversy over, well, I don't know. She probably doesn't meet the criteria either.
No, the one, Karen Wiggins, she does meet the criteria because she's under the Archdiocese, which is approved non-public school.
So she does meet.
She meets the criteria.
Okay. There's one other option. We do have other names.
I might.
I'm sorry.
I could make an alternate suggestion.
Well, okay.
Perhaps to this. I understand the board is concerned about a technicality, which is the definition of a school, basically. And what that forces the board into is basically making a de facto nomination, selection. And I would position, this is a common tactic, and I understand where Ms. Hill's going. This is her candidate of choice, and I understand that. You're supportive of Ms. Rowe, and I understand why you want to get there by this mechanism. However, as just suggesting as a matter of policy, what I would suggest to you is it's probably not optimal for the board to make a choice by process of elimination. So if we're going to do this and research and bring it back, what I would urge you to do is, if you're going to make this motion, urge staff to do the research, and if we find a reason to strike this candidate, replace this candidate with another nominee.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make.
Actually, I think if we are going to do it, then we had one name that was eliminated because of she was on your list.
Correct.
So I think that we need to come back with names, enough names, that we can have options for this position.
Yeah.
Now, having said that, excuse me, let me just finish this. In our backup, there were other nominees.
I think that's okay.
And so I would suggest that staff do look at those again as well. And because obviously BESE board members or someone has already nominated these people. And so I do think that in all fairness to them, that should be looked at first or as well.
I'm fine. I don't know which, is this BESE staff or is this department staff who's responsible for this?
It's BESE staff. We had to submit names to the BESE staff.
I see, okay.
So, Dr. Beebe.
Well, I disagree with the recommendation to pull from the additional nominees or individuals who applied because there was a process. It was established, and there was one individual, I would think one individual who remains. Am I correct?
No,
Because one was on Superintendent White's list, one may be disqualified because of the technicality, thus leaving two. So they were in that block, if you will. They were the,
but they were chosen from these.
But nonetheless, that was what
members.
Well, I think we should leave that up to staff to take
Well,
with
let me
our
just make this point.
Ms. Bradford, I'm going to let Dr. Beebe finish her comment. Then there can be a motion. Okay, this board will go take the action that this board wants to take in regard to this. So I'm going to let Dr. Beebe finish.
And I try to be cooperative, but when you see the injustice,
Yes.
it's a candidate put forth by Ms. Hill, and it was acceptable with my protest, of course, Mr. Romo, when you put forth the slate. But again, you had the votes. But I think that we had 4 individuals identified, and we would maintain that list. Now, it may turn out that the individual, Ms. Hill, is questioning, she may meet the criteria. But if she doesn't, then we have the 2 remaining, because as I said, the third one would have been the candidate Mr. Superintendent White put forth. So I think we would maintain the 2, and it would be those individuals who would get the nomination and approval. I just have a big concern that we're going back to the booklet and then retrieving names. Which name would we pull?
Thank you, Dr. Beebe. We're going to need a motion on the
It's
floor.
wrong.
We're going to need a motion on the floor in order to take action on this item.
Well, I've never stated my motion, so you want that motion? I mean, I don't, because
Ms. Hill, since you pulled the item, I will recognize you if you'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Well, I'll just have to say this. As a board member, when I decided to be on this board, my job is to do what's right by all people. And with that, I think board members, we need to adhere to what's right. Ms. Connie's motion, I disagree with it. I agree with what Ms. Beebe said, because at the end of the day, we had a process. And the process that was put into place was a process that LDOE and BESE came up with. We had to submit names to BESE staff. BESE staff was supposed to do their investigation and assure that these candidates were supposed to be in the categories that they were supposed to be in. So now we're in a situation where we have 4 individuals, and Superintendent White, you say, I'm fighting for my candidate.
Ms. Hill, do you have a motion?
Wait, I have a motion. Let me finish.
I'd like you to make your motion, and then you can close.
However, I'm not fighting for my candidate. What I'm fighting for was right.
Thank you.
That's what I'm fighting for. As board members, we have the right to do what's right. And the law is the law. Policy is policy. So with that, I would like to make a motion. My motion. Well, I would like to make a substitute motion.
Everybody be quiet for 1 second, please. Ms. Bradford, I'm not certain that you made your motion as a motion. Did you make it as a motion?
I did, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. I did not understand that you had done it that way. So you can do a substitute. Was there a motion in a second?
Ms. Bradford made a motion. There was no second to Ms. Bradford. Because there was comment.
Okay, so we didn't recognize a motion. So there's still opportunity for motion and substitute motions, okay? So I'm going to let Ms. Hill, since she pulled the item, make a motion.
So I'd like to make a motion that those individuals that are currently in the category of the 2 representatives of approved non-public school, publicly funded early childhood care education centers, that we remain the 2 that meets the qualification based on BESE and LDOE requirements, which is Ms. Karen Wiggins and Carol Rowe. And so I'd like to make that motion of approval, eliminating Ms. Carol Elliott because she's in John White's slate, and Ms. Paula Polito because she does not meet the qualifications based on Senate Bill 524.
I second.
So there is a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion and a second. Mr. Garvey.
Yes, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
You may.
Substitute motion would be to approve what we approved yesterday, the candidates that we approved yesterday, and add to that, ask the department to research this issue to determine if there is any question, and I'd like to make comments on that motion.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve yesterday's action of the committee, but further asking the department to research the question at hand. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second.
There's a second. Is there? And you may speak your
Comment, yes. The statement was made that we need to do what's right. We need to follow the law as the law is the law, something along those lines. I would point out that I read the law, and it does not say anywhere in the law that this has to be a BESE-approved center. BESE is not mentioned in the law. Now, to have one of us insert the word BESE into the law that was passed and signed by the governor, I think is inappropriate, and it's not following the law. And that's why I think we ought to approve what we did yesterday.
There's a motion, substitute motion, and there's a second. Any further comment?
I do. I have a comment.
Yes,
I just want to let our attorney, Mr. Garvey, who is an attorney, which I'm not, there aren't any child care centers in the state of Louisiana that are approved non-public schools that have pre-K programs. Only BESE has the autonomy to approve non-public schools, and there's a difference between a school and a center. Attorney Garvey.
Mr. Chairman.
And I'll let you close, Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, I think the legislature knows exactly what Ms. Hill just said, and they wrote this with that in mind. They did not put the word BESE approved in the requirements. They said approved. This center is approved. It's a 5-star center approved by the Department of Education.
Non-public.
It's a Class A center approved by the Department of Children and Family Services, or department similarly named to that. It is approved. Approved is what was stated in the statute. It was not stated that it had to be BESE approved, as someone is trying to insert into the statute today.
Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. The motion before you is the motion exactly as recorded in the committee minutes, with the exception that we will direct the department to do additional research. And I'll have to define that additional research when I go back to listen to the tape. Dr. Beebe.
This is a substitute motion?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Ms. Bofi?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford? I'm sorry, Ms. Bofi. Dr. Beebe votes no. Ms. Bofi votes yes. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Mr. Gio?
Yes.
Mr. Gio votes yes. Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Hill votes no. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Dr. Moranti? Yes. Dr. Moranti votes yes. Ms. Orange Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones votes yes. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Mr. Romer, do you care to vote?
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Romer votes yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 yeas, 2 nays. The motion passes.
Any other action in this committee? That
None.
concludes. Next item, please.
Item 5.2, Administration and Finance Committee. Mr. Gio.
On behalf of the Administration and Finance Committee, I move to approve motions 1 through 10, 12 through 21, 23 through 25, 27 through 39, pulling motions 11, 22, 26, 40, and 48 as read items. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I'll outline which those items are, just so
Sure.
people will understand.
That'd be great.
Item number 11 is the 8G item. 22 is LDE contracts, leases greater than $50,000, specifically ACE scholarships, Louisiana. 26 is the fiscal risk assessment process. 40 is the John McDonough High School item, and 48 is the public records request report.
Thank you. I believe that what you just outlined also identifies, we have several comment cards in, so I believe we can go ahead and approve the motions that you've put forth for approval, and then we can move to the pull item. Is there a second for that
Second.
motion? There is a second. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, those items approved. We'll move to the first pulled item, please.
So I'll need to read that, right? Is that what
Yes,
you're
sir.
asking? Bear with me a minute here. It's item 11.
Yes. And we can
Page
have
6.
we can have staff read it if you'd rather. It doesn't make.
I don't mind doing it. Want to read the whole motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. On motion of Mrs. Bofey, seconded by Mrs. Bradford, the Administration and Finance Committee recommends that the Board approve the program allocation of amount of $23,698,953 by funding category as follows. C, $10,497,977 for block allocation. D, $10,497,977 for statewide. E, $1,703,000 for local and statewide competitive. And F, $1 million for uncategorized special projects.
Thank you.
There's more to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Keep going.
I have
apologize.
some comments here that there's some confusion. What's the question?
So you're reading from the original?
Original, this
Okay.
is something new.
This is new.
So this is, well, this is, I'm assuming, is it a proposed? Okay. Further, the Administration and Finance Committee recommends that the Board approve the following proposed priority areas for fiscal year 15-16. High-quality early childhood education, college and career readiness, teacher and leadership development, and technology and innovation. In addition, the Admin and Finance Committee recommends that the Board authorize BESE staff to establish guidelines and procedures for the implementation for the approved program and budget.
Thank you. Was there a board member that requested this item be pulled?
Yes.
Mr. Lee, would you care to make a comment?
I would. I would like to move that the allocation be revised, and
Walter, can you pull the mic? We can't hear you.
I would move that the allocation be revised, and that I just passed out a handout on that, and it gives the statewide effort an additional $1 million. It gives the block grants an additional $2 million, and it does not provide for competitive. And if I can get a second to that, I'd like to discuss it. Like to explain it.
Yeah, there is a motion to reallocate the dollars, as Mr. Lee articulated. It was seconded, I believe, by Dr. Beebe. And Mr. Lee, the floor is still yours.
I know we had a lot of discussion about this yesterday. This is a compromise position. I think it does provide for some priorities that the superintendent has and permits attention to those priorities. It also increases the block grant to local school systems, and this is supported by every organization that I'm aware of, every organization. The legislature has put priority on early childhood. Every group, the school superintendents, the principals, all expressing regret that they had to cut back on their early childhood efforts this year because the block grant 8G funding was reduced. The different organizations, the School Boards Association, the teacher group representatives, everybody that I'm aware of in education is supportive of these block grant fundings going to local school systems. They know priorities better than this body will ever know, and innovation is needed. Innovation is required at the local school system level. We now have effort for a jump start. That takes some additional funding. And this proposal, my motion, permits the state superintendent to give attention to Jump Start and other innovative areas that he feels are important. It also permits local school systems a little additional funding. It's not a lot of money. Maybe $10,000 to a local school system for early childhood education is major. It's major to them. Competition is needed. There's nothing wrong with competitive. There's nothing wrong with innovation. This is just not the right vehicle to try to do it through with the amount of money that's available. This effort this year for competitive grants caused local school system to spend hours, days researching, writing proposals, and then just a handful were approved. So that meant all the effort by the other school systems was wasted. And then we all know the concern with the effort to award those grants. It got very subjective, very concerning, and it created hours and days of extra work for the staff here trying to implement these competitive grants and the awards of those grants. So I'm asking that you please permit local school systems and the State Department of Education to determine the use of these funds in a way that absolutely and directly helps all children, both the regular public school systems and charter schools, helps all of them in a better way than what the original recommendation is. I would ask that you please put any kind of personal differences or biases aside, and let's award this money in a way that the children in this state will get the best possible use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Dr. Moranti.
I would really like to speak in favor of this motion, especially since it gives the state the latitude to fund the priority categories. However, I'm a little concerned because yesterday Ms. Bofi really spoke to the uncategorized areas in case we have needs, and would probably like to request the mover to put some funding into the special project uncategorized areas, even though it may be nominal. It's something that would be a backup.
If you'd like to amend the motion, I think she could do so.
I would like to amend the motion to include monies in the uncategorized special projects to the tune of maybe less than $500,000, but at least have something in that category so we have something to fall back on.
250,000?
I don't know, Ms. Bofi would probably say better.
Pardon me?
I think Ms. Bofi would probably be able to say the amount better than I could.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Dr. Moranti, if you could speak a little more closely into the,
Thank
I
you.
think you're struggling with an amount.
if you can give me an idea of how it could be administered, then I'm certainly not opposed to that. But how would it be awarded, and how would it be defined, and how would we decide what the innovations would be?
I think, Mr. Lee, if I may insert myself 1 second, I want to restate what I think Dr. Moranti is suggesting, and then, if I'm correct, tell you how I think it would happen, and somebody else can correct me, I'm sure. You're suggesting that there's some amount of money be put into the special projects category, perhaps $250,000. We had $1 million in that category last year. We ended up using that $1 million for something that was unexpected, and therefore it was there to be done. Mr. Lee, I believe if you, whatever the amount would be, let's suggest it was $250,000, what would happen is, if no special project came forward, last year we had one that did come forward during the legislative process. If no special project came forward, then that $250,000 would then be allocated according to your percentage break on.
I will.
Does that make sense?
I'll change my motion to include $250,000.
Just to be proper, let her amend it, if she would, because you can't change your own motion. Okay. If you, Dr. Moranti, would amend.
250 would be fine.
So
Before it's amended, I have a question.
Yes. Dr. Beebe.
Because it's in the statewide account, why does it have to be designated under special projects? Because it appears to me that the department would have discretionary use.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get a second to that, so it might
you need to see if she gets a second.
Okay, we can see if there's a second. I will say this before we ask for the second, if you allow. I actually believe Dr. Beebe is correct that with the monies in the statewide allocation, that gives the department some discretion on that use.
So it's taken care of.
So I actually believe it is taken care of that way. So there's no amendment. Right now we have a motion and a second. Mr. Gio.
Yes, and I'm really looking for clarification to learn about the process a little bit. As I understand it, this is one of the few areas that this board has to promote innovation and potentially planting seeds through innovative proposals that, if very successful, could be leveraged statewide for the future. Is that a correct statement?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay, and so I know that we have priorities areas listed here. What accountability is in place when these dollars go to the locals under this system, that they're using it for the intent of innovation and promoting innovative things that could potentially be leveraged statewide? What is that process and how that's being monitored, and not just spent on a program, but actually focused upon the innovation piece?
In the past, it's been a part, and the department could answer this better than I can, the BESE office. But the office has monitored, has evaluated, has made sure that the money spent was in the categories and in relation to the requirement. Is that accurate? She's Kim is the one that's kind of policed it in the past.
I'm listening. Yes.
The question, if I may restate it so that perhaps you don't mind, and I'm sorry that you're sitting here rather than there right now. The question really was, what accountability is there? Mr. Gio made the comment that in his opinion, and I believe it most opinion, that the 8G was meant to fund innovative ideas that could blossom into larger statewide. However, given how we've done this in the past, how have we accounted for the spending of the dollars thus far and their effectiveness in the past?
So we have the evaluation process that takes place, and those projects are evaluated to see how the student achievement is being, raised throughout the state and within the agencies. And there is a report that's given, an annual report. In fact, it was in this month, in October, that gives stakeholders the descriptions as well as how well the results were for each one of those projects or programs.
So districts are competing for these funds, or each district has a set allocation?
Okay, so we have our block allocation, where districts are given an allocation, and they then create a proposal, and they carry out or administer, their particular proposal idea based on our focus areas or priority areas that we have. And then the statewide allocation, that allocation is then given to the Department of Education, and they create programs that they feel are needed and are administered throughout the state.
So is there an approval process to those proposals when they come in, or is it just this is what we're going to do?
It's an approval process. We work with them to make sure that they have objectives that are attainable and that are aggressive. And then, as I said, we have independent evaluators that come back throughout the year to make sure that they are adhering to those objectives and goals that they have established. And this is done on the block side by staff. And then on the statewide side, you'll see in the spring where we bring each one of those programs to you, and you're able to see their objectives and what their plans are for the year.
Thank you.
Ms. Bophy. And I do have comment cards. I'm going to recognize the audience shortly. Thank you.
So just to carry out what Mr. Guillo was asking about, the districts have to spend the money within the priority areas, and traditionally what the districts have spent the money on is on early childhood education. And so I think early childhood education is incredibly important. What I struggle with is our responsibility as a board to think ahead. We have committed quite a bit to early childhood education. I think for the last 2 decades, there are people on the board who could probably give a more accurate view than I can. I think it's incredibly important. I think we need to figure out how to have more sustainable funding for early childhood education, but we certainly can't call early childhood education innovative. It's not innovative. I mean, this is something our state has been doing for a very long time. And so I disagree with the proposal that's in front of us, because I believe that asking the board to spend 7%, actually 6.95% on innovation is a small request. And so when I looked at 8G, because I think 8G is one of our most important responsibilities, when I looked at 8G and saw what was required of us compared to what has been going on, I felt compelled to do something different. I think time that our districts spend on planning to address their local needs is time well spent. Whether those projects are all funded or not, I think it's time well spent. What I presented yesterday, like I said, is 6.95% of our 8G budget. We are, the proposal that you approved yesterday brings an increase to the block allocation. It's an increase to the statewide allocation, and still is holding competitive at where it was last year. So Mr. Lee and I differ on opinions here. He believes that it's not worth how hard it is to do the competitive work. I think it is worth it. I know it's hard, but I think it's our responsibility to do hard work sometimes so that we can see our state move forward.
Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on what Ms. Bophy was saying and point out that, or bring up the issue, as she said, that early childhood is not innovative, and put forth the idea that maybe it's not innovative today. But I think 20 years ago or so, when BESE started working on early childhood innovation or education, it was innovative. We were doing something different. We were doing something innovative back then when we decided to spend some money on early childhood. It showed some very good results, and I think we need to continue doing innovative things like we did 20 years ago when we started spending money on early childhood. To just spend all of our money now on nothing innovative and new is, as she was saying, short-sighted. We've seen the results of early childhood. We need to get more money for early childhood, but we need to continue also looking at new things. And I think to spend 7% of our budget on looking at new things is a wise investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hill.
Well, I totally disagree with Ms. Bofi and Mr. Garvey. I think that Ms. Kim, who's the director of AG, articulated very well. I think that the districts, they have the opportunity to come up with innovative ideas for their district to move forward. And I think because of the districts are very limited in funding, I like the proposal that Mr. Walterly has put forth regarding, and when you look at the competitive piece, I was a part of the work group, and it was such a controversial issue, not only with this board, but with the districts and things of that nature. And I think that we should move forward with that same controversial issue, districts not being aware of how to move forward, how should they write their proposal. It was just a lot. So I think this will allow districts and the state to come up with innovative ideas, and I think Ms. Kim articulated it well that those projects are evaluated. Not only they're evaluated, that they're very rigorous as well. So I do support Mr. Lee's motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Mr. Lee, can I go to the public comments, and I'll recognize you again after public comments. Okay. Scott Richard and Deborah Moe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Debbie Moe, President of the Louisiana Association of Educators. I think my position and the position of our association is well documented. We do believe that the block grants are the appropriate avenue to place the money in because it does touch a greater number of children than the competitive grants will. I did attend the AG Advisory Committee meeting, and at the time, through the chair, I asked Ms. Bradford, what evidence do we have that the competitive grants that are issued actually are benefiting children statewide? Now, her answer at the time probably was the best that she could give. You may have evidence of that now, but at the time she said that she didn't know of any, but that the ones that had been granted were still in operation. And I have no problems with innovation, but in a time when we're struggling to meet the needs of our children in pre-K, I believe that we need to make the sacrifice this year and put that money for competitive grants into the block grants so that our children who are in pre-K, well, in that age group, can benefit by having free pre-K programs that are administered by our public schools. The competitive grants, from what I was able to garner, seemed localized, whereas the block grants are going to benefit children statewide. Competitive grants in the future, you might want to look at some kind of criteria by which those grants that are granted would actually have to be brought to the state as a statewide model. To give competitive grants that stay localized and never come out to the rest of the state for the rest of the public school districts' benefit, I think is short-sighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moe. And if I may, members, quickly make a comment. I'm totally dissatisfied with the point, and I agree with you on the competitive allocation that we don't yet know the results of that portion. Now, the grant's only been out a short period of time, so that in and of itself is not a condemnation. But you know, I will say this: no matter how this board votes today, we've got to revisit how our advisory committee is functioned and what task we give them to do. Because I agree, quite frankly, that we do need the innovation. That is a portion of what, you know, 8G certainly, I think in its essence, it should be doing. I understand that districts have used the block grant, and I think they've used it well. I don't want to say they have not used it well. But this process has highlighted that right now we have a system of evaluation that's less than ideal on how we spend these dollars. So I want board members to know, regardless of this particular vote, we have some work to do in the next few months to get this advisory committee and the interaction between the stakeholders and this board in a very good, healthy dialogue, so that it doesn't seem like it's an us versus them dialogue, but what is the best use of these dollars. So I appreciate your comments.
And I would thank you for doing that, but I believe that this year we really do need to think about what's best for our children statewide. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richard.
Good morning, President Romer and BESE Board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment briefly today. Had a great deal of dialogue on this issue yesterday and last year at this time as we were working towards this year's budget. I would ask on behalf of the 68 school boards in the state that we represent that you adhere to the AG Advisory Council's recommendation. It's a good cross-section of stakeholders rather than a small group of people making decisions for school systems statewide. I also would like to reiterate what we said yesterday. We think it's a stretch to interpret that 8G can fund unique identifiers for a student information system as required by Act 833 during the most recent legislative session. Provided you all with a handout from your own documents that highlight the constitutional categories. Again, we think it's a far stretch to relate unique identifiers to the tune of $1 million to 8G funding based on those categories. And in closing, as we understand things, this is for the 15-16 budget. The Department of Education has the opportunity to go to the legislature during next legislative session, which commences in April of 2015, to secure funding for the unique identifier project at the tune of $1 million. Or it can utilize its current procedures to go to joint budget on a monthly basis and seek a BA7 to adjust its budget accordingly to address the $1 million in what we consider a normal routine practice of the daily functions of the Department of Education. Local school systems have had unique identifiers for a long time. It's the department that has the struggle with converting to that system. So we would ask that the board respectfully consider adhering to the AG Advisory Council recommendations or some sort of compromise that takes out the $1 million for the special projects. Thank you.
And Mr. Richard, if I may, and it's not meant to be argumentative, it's meant to clarify. And I think it's important for the board to make sure they know all the information before they make decisions, etc. The 8G Advisory Committee did not have a quorum, so the recommendation is not official. The testimony before us today was that there was no analysis done of the money spent in the previous year. The testimony in front of us yesterday also admitted that the input they got, even though it wasn't a quorum and not a meeting, was from school systems. Now, that doesn't make the input bad input, but it certainly highlights that the input would lead to the idea that the school district should get more money. I mean, I think that's a pretty logical step. So I don't mean that to say the input was poor, but I do want this board to understand what that report did and did not do yesterday. So I appreciate your testimony.
Sure, President Romer, and I think for the record, the AG Advisory Council hasn't had a quorum in the last 2 years, and we'd like to see.
And we need to. Yeah. That's on me. We need to, and I'm saying we need to revisit that. We need to reinvigorate it. We need to make sure there's a good conversation at that level with all the stakeholders. I think you and I would agree to that.
Yes, sir. And one closing comment, if I may. There's a lot of discussion about innovation and competitive grant projects. On behalf of the 68 school systems in our state, we feel at this time that there are enough innovation and change going on in our local school districts with transitioning to higher standards and new assessments and new teacher evaluations. So we would respectfully request a little bit of stability from this funding source for the purpose of pre-K. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Romer, I'm not trying to make this controversial. I'm really not. And I agree that it needs to be innovative. That's really what 8G was about to start with. But I assure you, innovation in early childhood is for every child that's served. And all the children in this state and in every school system, except maybe one or two, with DeSoto being the exception, all the children are not served.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why this is so critical to these local school systems. It permits them to be innovative and serve another child with early childhood, where they see the need being so great. So I think the funds are being used in an innovative way. Now that we have Jump Start, that's going to put more pressure on local school systems, and that's innovative, to find a way to implement career courses and experiences. And on the amount of money going to each one, under the proposal, both locals, the block grant would be increased $300,000, and the statewide would be increased $300,000. But that's the amount of the total increase. So it just means it's divided between the two. With the motion that I'm proposing, that I'll put forth, local, the block grant would get about $1 million additional, but the statewide would receive $2 million additional. That's, and the State Department of Education is in a much better, I'm not having any of these people listening.
Yeah, because
I'll
they're cutting
I'll
deals.
just wait until they decide to listen.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Dr. Moranti.
No,
then Mr.
no, wait. I
Oh, I'm
finished my
sorry.
comment. I was waiting for.
I'm sorry.
I was waiting for you and the other board members to
I
decide
don't
to
know who's
listen.
talking, so I don't know.
Hopefully. With my motion, it gives the State Department of Education an additional $2 million. Almost, well, $2 million more than what's being proposed in the original motion. They know a whole lot more about what's innovative and how that funding could be used, I think, and they can come back to the board. They can make sure that the board's ideas are included. It's just a better way to utilize the funding without having to try to go through this competitive process. And it's an effort to compromise.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Lee, and I apologize that I was distracted.
That's all right.
He always does that to
So
me.
we're all
Did you
done.
see that? I was trying to mind my own business. And he, Dr. Moranti and then Ms. Orange-Jones.
No, I'm good.
You're good? Ms. Orange-Jones, I'm sorry.
I believe the competitive process fuels innovation that otherwise would not be happening across our system, which I think continues to be important. I think you've made the point, Mr. Lee, but I just want to make sure I understand the full extent of it. When I think about percentages and I think about 7%, that still feels relatively small. Frankly, I would have argued for more than 7% when I think about the importance of innovation in terms of, driving change that otherwise would not be happening across our system so we can continue to learn. So help me understand what the concern is with such a small percentage to begin with, because I'm actually starting from a place where I think that number should actually be higher.
On why you want input on why that number's so small?
I want to know from Mr. Lee, from a overall, we're still dealing with such a small percentage of the competitive. Absolutely. I mean, what the risk would be in that.
The problem with allowing that funding, a few programs, a few children would be assisted. With keeping it small or with not utilizing it that way, then all children throughout the state. But it's almost all school systems are using it for early childhood. They don't have to, but they are, because they see that as being such a great need. And they are reaching children that will not be served unless they have this funding. And it just reaches so many more children.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bradford, then Ms. Bothy.
I'd like Ms. Bofey to go first.
Okay, Ms. Bothy.
I'd like to offer a substitute motion.
Are we on, before you go, are we on, is Mr. Lee's motion the original motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Bothy.
So I'd like to offer a substitute motion where we would take what was in special projects yesterday, the $1 million in special projects, split it between the block and the statewide, so both of them would go up to about $10.9 million. And to address Mr. Lee's concern about the number of students impacted, I believe that if we would bring the grant awards down to $50,000 or some other figure, if the superintendents on this board would like to weigh in on that, to where the competitive grants could reach more people. So,
Second. Oh, I'm sorry.
To what amount?
I was thinking $50,000.
But you're, if I may, to clarify.
Right.
You're suggesting that competitive stay at 1.7, as
Yes.
you outlined yesterday, that special projects goes away, that goes to zero, the difference be allocated to block and competitive, block and state, and then on competitive grants, you would put a limit on the size of those grants so that more areas of the state could participate.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Bradford, next. Well,
I
there's
need
a
a
motion.
second.
Wait, there's a motion,
That was a second.
and there is a second.
Who's second?
Bradford.
Ms. Bradford, Dr. Beebe.
I'm not in favor of it.
Yes.
Did you want to comment, Ms. Bradford? You made the second,
make
and
a
then, I'm
comment.
sorry. Okay. And then I'll go to Dr.
I just wanted
Beebe.
to say, I think that we all feel the need of the districts to have this funding source this year. And we did increase it, but in thinking through what can go one step farther, I think this is a good compromise to enable us as BESE to keep that innovative portion and to make sure that it goes further, to put some caps on how much the grants can be for. And that doesn't mean districts can't get together and have some combinations that would help with a greater dollar amount. But I just think this is a fair compromise to both the districts and to BESE.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Dr. Beebe, I believe, and then Ms. Hill.
Mr. Romer, I hate to beat a dead horse. Yes, I'm going to reiterate. Where is the competition? Now, you know very well the process, and yes, I can hear Ms. Bofey say, well, we can perfect the process. Again, I stated yesterday, as long as we have BESE members, some BESE members meddling in the process, there is no competition. And so we're misleading the public, and I don't know who we think we're kidding. So I am opposed to the competitive grant, any allocation to the competitive grant, and I call for the question.
No, we're not calling the question because we just got a new motion on the table and it's worth people talking about. Okay, so I appreciate that, but it's not going to happen. Ms. Hill.
Well, my concern is with the special project category is that last session we were authorized through the legislation to come up with a process, and we had to use that funding to offer to LDOE. My concern is eliminating the funding out of special project, which I think we should eliminate the funding out of the competitive project, because what if next session comes and we're authorized to do something differently? Where are we going to get the money from? That's the purpose of the special projects. So where are we going to get the funding from? So I think eliminating the competitive process and dividing that funding and keeping the special project funding as is.
Thank you. Any other, Mr. Lee?
My problem with the amendment, it still leaves the full $1.7 million competitive, which denies $1.7 million going to either other early childhood or one of the other areas, but it's always early childhood for children that are not being served. And those awards would be made for whatever would meet the criteria, but it does not benefit early childhood, and it does not benefit other school systems other than just the ones that receive the award. So it denies statewide meeting the needs of early childhood, and I don't know. I guess it does not change the amount that would go to the State Department, but I just don't think awarding competitive grants is going to benefit like serving additional early childhood needs would benefit.
And then I'm going to allow you the last. No, it's your motion actually, so you'll end up with the last word on this one. Do you mind if I make a quick comment? And I'm really not supposed to make too many comments from here, but I'll say this.
No, you're not.
I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. Look, I don't think the 8G process that we have in place right now is working the way it was supposed to originally work. I really don't. And I understand absolutely what you're saying is that right now districts are relying on the block grant to serve a lot of the early childhood programs. No question about it, and it's an important thing that be done. But I'm going to say we were at this point last year, if you remember, and we tried to give districts some amount of warning that you should not expect this every year. Now, I'm not arguing. Now, I think we're going to have a difficult budget year.
They heard the warning and they stopped that because they didn't have funding to serve children.
So I'm saying all that is that I'm not satisfied with where we are as the way we implement 8G, as the way we evaluate 8G, as our adherence to the original intent of 8G. So again, regardless, I'm not making an argument one way or another for the motions. I'm saying regardless of what motion passes today as a board, we need to look at our advisory committee, how it operates, who's on it, what input it's getting, what we ask them specifically to do, so that we can feel more comfortable in this process. So that's really what I wonder. I'm not arguing for or against either one of the motions at this moment. Ms. Bofi, you can close on your motion.
So before I close, Mr. Lee, I want to be clear. Are you saying that you are going to object to my substitute motion where I was attempting a compromise? Are you objecting to that?
You were attempting a compromise by putting a limit on the amount of the award. Is that accurate?
That's part of it. So that was part. The other piece of the compromise was to move the $1 million from special projects and divide that between the block and the statewide. And so block would be at 10.9, statewide would be at 10.9, and we would have competitive at 1.7.
I would agree with that part, but not.
Are you going to, I need to know if you're going to favor my motion or not. Because if you don't favor my motion, then I'm voting against it too, and I'm going to vote against your motion, and I'm going to want to go back to what I had yesterday.
Are you serious?
You can do whatever you like.
But I want to know what you're going to do, because if you're willing to compromise, I'm willing to compromise.
I have compromised when I offered my motion. I will oppose your motion because it will deny services that previously was granted to early childhood children that's not being provided this year and will not be provided next year under your amendment.
Members, now I'm gonna at this point end the direct questioning of each other, if I may, and ask you. And I know she was responding. If you'd like to have any comment in your close, you may close, and then we're going to have a vote on your substitute motion.
So my comment to the board is that I feel like we need competitive. I feel like 7% for competitive is a low amount. I believe that we can improve the process, and I know that our staff will be able to do that for us. I was willing to move this forward in the spirit of compromise. It wasn't what I originally intended. I'm going to vote against my motion. I'm going to vote against Mr. Lee's motion, and my hope is that we go back to where we were with the vote yesterday.
Okay, so she's against her own motion. I like the way we're going here. This is all.
Sounds like the legislature.
Yeah, this is awesome. Doesn't get any better than this. All right, so we have a motion, a weak motion, I may say. Now it's not as strong as it was previously. And a second, there is objection by the maker of the motion, so we'll have a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. The motion on the floor is by Ms. Bophy, seconded by Ms. Bradford.
That she's opposing.
And just from my little simple brain, it is the motion that is recorded as number 11. We're changing the $10,000 block allocation to, $10 million to $10,997,977. Changing statewide to $10,997,977. Leaving local and statewide competitive at 1,703, and doing away with the $1 million in special projects. Is that correct, Ms. Bophy?
Yes.
Okay. So, Dr. Beebe.
No.
Dr. Beebe votes no. Ms. Bophy?
No.
Ms. Bophy votes no. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Mr. Gio?
Yes.
Mr. Gio votes yes. Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Hill votes no. Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Lee votes no. Dr. Moranti?
No.
Dr. Moranti votes no. Ms. Orange Jones?
No.
Ms. Orange Jones votes no. Ms. Smith?
No.
Ms. Smith votes no. Mr. Romer, do you wish to vote?
No, the motion fails.
Okay, the motion fails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to 2.
We're back to Mr. Lee's motion.
I think we've discussed enough, and I would call for the question.
Is there objection to calling the question?
No.
Roll call vote, please.
Roll call vote?
Yes, sir, but Kim has a correction in the figures
Okay.
that she'd like to read into the record.
Okay.
Okay, so just, there was an incorrect number for the management and oversight, and so the management and oversight on the sheet that Mr. Lee distributed should have been $651,047 instead of $747. So that adjusts the block and statewide.
He was trying to buy off management with that $700, but that's all right.
So the actual amount that I'd like to read into the record for block with Mr. Lee's motion is $11,349,476. So it is $11,349,476. And statewide is $12,349,476. I apologize for that error, Mr. Lee.
Those numbers
do
okay
better
with
next
you?
time.
Those numbers okay with you, Mr. Lee? So we do have a motion and a second with the corrected numbers, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Motion by Mr. Lee, seconded by Dr. Beebe. Dr. Beebe?
Yes.
Dr. Beebe votes yes. Ms. Bophy?
No.
Ms. Bophy votes no. Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Bradford votes no. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Mr. Gio?
No.
Mr. Gio votes no. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Dr. Moranti?
Yes.
Dr. Moranti votes yes. Ms. Orange Jones?
No.
Ms. Orange Jones votes no. Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Ms. Smith votes yes. Yes. Mr. Roman, did you wish to vote?
Yeah, I'll vote yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion passes.
Thank you. And if I may say real quick, my yes vote probably
Vote
comes
yes.
as a surprise
1, 2, 3,
to
4,
some.
5, 6.
The motion does pass.
Yes.
I will point out that the increase in the statewide allows for additional innovation that the department identifies. is not ideal. That's not. I think we need to move toward an actual competitive process that allows teachers and others from around the state to participate with innovative ideas. And we're going to make adjustments to the 8G Advisory Committee on how we operate that and the recommendation they come back to us. But I appreciate everybody's time on that issue.
And I would agree with that.
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is to read item number 22. On motion of Ms. Bophy, seconded by Ms. Bradford, the Administration and Finance Committee recommends that the Board approve the following LDE contract. ACE Scholarships Louisiana, contract period 10/20/14 to 6/30/16. The contract amount is $499,750. Description of service: this contract will establish a school tuition organization and award student scholarships through the tuition donation rebate program.
Did a member request this, or I know we had a speaker, public speaker request. Did a member request this to be pulled? So I will recognize Mr. Richard, Scott Richard.
22.
Thank you, Chairman Romer and BESE members. I will be very brief on this item. Oftentimes we come to the table to express our concerns with a great deal of passion and a great deal of enthusiasm, one way or the other. Oftentimes I come to you as the Executive Director of the School Boards Association and reference material or documents or news articles such as yesterday. What you're receiving now is the article from the Morning Advocate that addresses the Cristo Rey School. It also references the issues that are raised about a circumvention of the current statutes on the books that deal with the voucher laws. The point of bringing this to you again today is, number one, to provide the documentation that I referenced to you verbally that I didn't have with me yesterday. Number two, to highlight the point that we live in a state with a lot of needs. Over 700,000 public school students that exist today, right now, in our public school system across the state, not only in traditional public schools, but in charter schools across the state that have significant needs. We have a number of ESL students arriving in our state that need to be educated, that we don't have adequate funds to educate. We have pre-K programs that we struggle to fund. We have a booming economy and a shortage of workers that we're struggling to fund to adequately provide Louisiana citizens with quality jobs. This grant that's before you today raises some serious legal issues as far as following the law in regards to the voucher statutes that are on the books. And I would ask that as a governmental body and as a state superintendent that we realize and take into consideration the needs of our students today. On October the 15th, 2014, and all the issues that we know are out there where districts are struggling, charter schools are struggling to adequately fund what we need to fund today before we move forward with approving this type of grant with little or no documentation. I raised the issues yesterday. Is there a detailed budget? Do we know how much is going to salaries? Do we know where the dollars are going, period? As far as the creation of a school, are they going to the facility management, equipment and supplies? None of that information is in the information provided to BESE, nor to the citizens of the state of Louisiana. In summary, we would ask that you take those things into consideration prior to making decisions and voting on these type items, and would respectfully request that we prioritize the needs of the students today in Louisiana. Thank you.
And members, I will just provide information for you again. It's an easy thing to say prioritize. However, the legislature sets the budget in our state, not the BESE Board. And the legislature made a decision about prioritizing funds. You can agree with that or disagree with it, but they established a priority, and that is that $3 million is to go to a grant that's to be made to entities to promote private school choice. So I'm not disagreeing or agreeing with what Mr. Richard said about priorities, but the decision to prioritize was to prioritize this money to go to promoting private school choice. We are a pass-through agency at this stage, and I understand he has a perspective on that issue. The legislature's already voiced its perspective on that issue. It's in the state budget. We ran the competitive grant program, and now the funds are going to these organizations.
Thank you.
Item number 26.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah. So, Dr. Beebe?
I'd like to move to defer this item until the questions or concerns raised by Mr. Reshord is provided.
I'm happy to answer any question right now.
Well, specifically to the plan.
What's the question?
Well, those Mr. Reshord brought up.
What was his question?
Mr. Reshord, would you come to the table, please? You know, so often as a board, we're asked to approve, and then we approve not really knowing the implications as we move forward.
In other words, I'm happy to answer whatever question you have here. I'll answer.
Okay,
what
Mr.
I can't do is I can't sit here on something the legislature has asked us to do and just delay because of a question of what priorities we're asked to do. The legislature asks us to execute what the legislature asks us to do in the budget. We have to do it. So I understand there's politics and policy differences and so on. I get that. I'm happy to answer whatever questions people have, but we also need to move forward per what the legislature asked us to do.
Okay, I can
Question
appreciate
one.
it. I can appreciate
what
it.
questions? I'm answering board members' questions. What questions do you have?
But this is my thing, okay? Mr. Reshord is my representative.
I understand
I'm
that.
a member of the School Board Association. So with that said, I would ask him to represent me and ask those questions because he is more familiar with this item than I am.
I don't.
Unfortunately, I have to acknowledge it publicly, but so I'm asking Mr. Reshord to present the concerns on my behalf. So, Mr. Reshord, please proceed.
Question 1. Legislature allocates dollars. Who sets priorities as far as how the dollars are spent in regards to this specific project?
It's in the Department of Education's budget, as you know.
Are you not the leader of the Department of Education?
Ma'am, I'm not going to answer. This is not a cross-examination.
Yeah, we're not going to do that.
Do you have a specific budget?
I'm here to answer I'm here.
I'll change my motion.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. I offered, in the spirit of transparency, to answer BESE members' questions about an item that is on your agenda and that you have pulled. In the spirit of transparency, I'm open to answering your questions. What I'm not going to do is, because obviously private school choice is an effort that Mr. Reshord has issues with, whether they're political or policy-wise, he's got issues with them. I'm not going to create a political stage for any of that. I'm just here to answer your questions. So, ma'am, do you have questions for me?
Again, Mr. White, I am not as informed as I should be regarding this
Okay,
matter.
can we vote and move on then?
So I don't have a problem with moving on. I will vote against. But again, as our leader, it would appear to me that you would want us to be transparent.
Ma'am, we had a public meeting on this yesterday.
Yes, but these things
All right,
were...
guys, I'm
Okay.
finished. This is
I'm
finished.
just voting against.
I appreciate
Proceed.
it. We're done with the dialogue.
You have the votes anyway.
All right,
Mr.
we have a motion. I need a second on the motion to approve this item. Second by Ms. Bradford. No. She didn't make a motion, did she?
She did. She made a motion to
No.
defer.
Did you make a motion to defer?
I made a motion to defer.
Okay, is there a second for the motion to defer?
Yes, I'll second that.
So there's a second. Is there objection to that motion?
Yes.
Yes, there
Yes.
is. Roll call vote.
All right, the motion on the floor is by Dr. Beebe, seconded by Ms. Hill to defer motion 20, the action on motion 22 in Administration and Finance. Dr. Beebe?
Yes.
Dr. Beebe votes yes. Ms. Bophy?
No.
Ms. Bophy votes no. Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Bradford votes no. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Mr. Gio?
No.
Mr. Gio votes no. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill votes yes. Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Lee votes no. Dr. Moranti? No. Dr. Moranti votes no. Ms. Orange Jones?
She stepped out.
Absent. Ms. Smith? No. Ms. Smith votes no. Mr. Roman, do you wish to vote?
I'll vote no as well.
Mr. Roman votes no. The motion failed.
Can we have a motion for approval of the item as originally presented? There's a motion by Ms. Bradford, seconded by Mr. Mr. Garvey. Dr. Beebe objects. Does anybody else object?
I object to.
Ms. Hill objects. Let's do a roll call vote quickly, please.
Okay. All right, the motion is by Ms. Bradford, seconded by Mr. Garvey to approve as written. Dr. Beebe?
No.
Dr. Beebe votes no. Ms. Bophy?
Yes.
Ms. Bophy votes yes. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Mr. Gio?
Yes.
Mr. Gio votes yes. Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Hill votes no. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Dr. Moranti?
Yes.
Dr. Moranti votes yes. Ms. Orange-Jones is absent. Ms. Smith? Yes. Ms. Smith votes yes. Mr. Romer, do you wish to vote?
I'll vote yes as well.
Mr. Romer votes yes. The motion passes.
There's another poll.
Item number 26, it's on page 14 of the board packet. On motion of Mrs. Bophy, seconded by Mr. Garvey, the Administration and Finance Committee recommends that the board receive the report from the LDE finance staff concerning the fiscal dialogues as a result of the fiscal risk assessment processes.
Was there a request of a board member?
I do not know.
I don't believe it was. It was requested by Mr. Richard.
Okay, I'll try to kill
Yes.
Fiscal risk assessment item. You are receiving another handout in the same spirit of the comments yesterday to provide documentation to you when a question was asked of the department to verify the situation in Union Parish as it relates to a sales tax initiative which the local voters approved, and as to whether or not the charter school approved by this board as an external factor on the local budget of the traditional school system would be negatively impacted and place the district in fiscal risk assessment status, which is a compliance issue. Did not have this documentation with me yesterday. The question went unanswered and said it would need to be researched. This is a department document, was presented in a webinar recently that we'll be glad to provide to you to verify and validate that if you focus on the highlighted portions of this document, you can see that external factors contributed to the placement of Union Parish School Board into fiscal risk assessment because their general fund dipped below the recommended amounts in the past. Since then, they've passed a tax along with the charter school folks to raise taxes. But at the end of the day, based on this document, the Union Parish School Board, which serves the majority of the students in that parish in rural North Louisiana, will actually be penalized with the MFP formula calculations because of that last highlighted section down at the bottom. The local per pupil amount provided to charters is higher than the MFP local per pupil because Union now meets the level 2 revenue cap and is therefore funded for only a portion of the new tax dollars. The charter per pupil amount considers all new tax dollars in the calculation, and for the record, felt it was important to clarify, verify, and validate, and provide BESE members with this information.
Appreciate it.
We hope to address it at the MFP task force. Thank you.
I appreciate you bringing it to the attention. Board members, we need a motion to approve this item.
Well, one second. Mr. Richard, if we're going to address that, if you want to bring that up later, then what I would ask at the task force is let's look at the overall system, not just one isolated case.
We have
Absolutely.
Another meeting shortly.
I have a question, Mr. Romer.
Yes, Dr. Beebe.
For Mr. Richard. So, Mr. Richard, I realize
And
that...
Dr. Beebe, I'm going to allow only a short amount of questions because this really isn't the item. This is an agenda having to do with BESE funding, and he found a clever way to make it appropriate, and I allowed him to do that, but I'm not going to go on too long. Go ahead, Dr. Beebe.
But based on the discussion yesterday, Mr. Richard, Union Parish is in the situation where through the audit that they'll be slapped, as you pointed out. So, and I'm sure that Union Parish is not going to be unique in this area with the challenges we face moving forward with financial restrictions. So I guess the question is, is there a way, a solution for this board to I guess, prevent them from being penalized via the MFP?
There is no penalty. I want to be just clear. You're in a state of dialogue, and Scott yesterday called it I don't remember what the term is, slap on the wrist. I recognize it doesn't feel good, and Scott, maybe that's what, and maybe does it feel like people are being called out? Maybe that's the case, and I don't want to say that, Ms. Dr. Beebe, that it doesn't feel that way. But when the fund balance dips to a certain level, you are put in a state of fiscal dialogue. That's not meant to be, it was called a naughty list yesterday. That's not a naughty list. You're not being punished. There's no state of fiscal authority taken over. There's no corrective action. You're put in a state of dialogue, like rehabilitation. So I think there's been a misperception that you're put into a punishment. You're not.
Well, but again, that goes back to my previous discussion about educators. That's how it feels when you're constantly ridiculed, if you will, and that's what it feels like. But my point with this, do we have to flag them when they find themselves in this situation? I mean, do we have to put the emphasis?
Mr. Chairman, if I could respond.
Yes, Mr. Richard, I'm going to allow you to keep it very brief, please. Thank
Superintendent White, I can appreciate your comments and certainly can speak for myself on this matter from personal experience as a school board member who was in this fiscal risk assessment dialogue with the Department of Education. And believe me, it can lead to very serious consequences where local school systems have to have external auditors and external CPAs that come in and manage a system. The purpose of the first step of the dialogue process is to raise the level of awareness to you all as elected officials that you have districts out there that are having serious concerns with cash flow and budgetary problems, and their reserve funds have dipped below the recommended amount. It is a compliance issue. It is a serious situation when local school districts do not have enough reserve funds to fund the operations of their system, and to minimize that today is disingenuous, in my opinion, from someone who's had to go through it. And yes, Ms. Beebe, there are some measures that we would like to see addressed, whether it be through legislation or through the regulations that you all promulgate to address the cap issue for districts that are in this particular situation. Thank you.
If I may, and I appreciate your comments, and then we're moving on, but I'm going to take a moment here. One, I believe we do have to bring this information to the public. I think it'd be irresponsible for us not to do that, and I apologize to districts if they feel uncomfortable about that, but it is a responsibility that we need to adhere to. And you open this particular can of worms, and we could debate this for a long period of time, but I also would suggest that why then, part of the fiscal problem that they may be experiencing is the fact that students are choosing to go to schools elsewhere. So, that too needs to be on the table, which is not only the funding mechanism, but why are students in Union Parish choosing to go to another school? So it's not quite as simple as putting a chart out here and saying, look at the harm. We could pull out the academic results of Union and say, look at the harm. So I appreciate you bringing it to our attention, and I guarantee it'll have a much more thorough discussion at another time. Thank you. Approval. I'd like a motion to approve this item as presented originally.
So moved.
And there's a motion and a second. Any objection? The second was by Mr. Garvey. The original was by Mr. Gio. And it's so moved. Next item.
Item number 40, I believe that's right. Yeah, item 40. On a motion by Ms. Bophy, seconded by Mrs. Orange-Jones, the Admin and Finance Committee recommends that the board receive an update report on meetings and the community engagement process regarding the future use and control of the John McDonough facility.
Yes, did a board member request this to be pulled?
I requested it to be pulled.
Okay. And Mr. Dobart, if you could go ahead and, if you don't mind coming down, in case we need you. Ms. Orange-Jones, did you want to?
I would. I would like this item. I asked that it be pulled because yesterday, at the time of our designated Administration and Finance Committee meeting, there was a meeting in New Orleans that and it did not allow several members of the ad hoc committee to be present here because they had to be there. So we, as a board, as everyone will recall, in our last meeting requested that at this meeting there was a formal update from the ad hoc committee to be presented to the board. And my understanding is that there is representation here from the ad hoc committee to give that report. That's what I'll...
Okay. And we do have public comment. Mr. Dobar, did you want to have any opening comments, or you just want to wait
Mr.
and see?
Chairman, no, sir, not at this time.
Okay.
We just allowed a group to come in.
Board members, if you wish, I will go to public comment, and we'll hear public comment and then take action following that. I'm going to call you. There's several cards here. I will remind you that we are trying to adhere to 2 minutes. I will give you some leeway there, but if you would work with me, that would be great. I'm going to call out 4 at a time. Yes, Dr. Marie.
Just a clarification on the item. We are only here to discuss the update, is that correct?
What was the original agenda item?
It's a receive. The motion that was pulled is to receive the update report on the meetings and the community engagement in the process regarding the future use and control of John McDonough facility.
That's correct.
So we're only discussing the use of the building.
Only discussing the use of the building and only receiving an update.
We're receiving an update.
Yeah, and as I mentioned yesterday, this is a building that is in a design phase to be effectively rebuilt from the inside to be ready in late 2016. So we've got a couple of years before this building will be completed.
Now, there are several from the steering committee. At least I see 2. There's several steering committee members. I'm going to call you at one time. I'm going to try to and ask that since there's a group of you, that instead of each of you taking 2 minutes, perhaps I'll give you 4 minutes in total, and we'll go from there. Brenda Square, and I believe I said that correctly. Marie Covella. And Kwame Smith.
Mr. Romer, as they're approaching, when is the anticipated timeline to make a decision regarding the return of McDonough to Orleans Parish School Board? Because that was my understanding, that these meetings would surround. Well, it would entertain those discussions relating to the Orleans Parish School Board's position, and also the authority, a question of Superintendent Dobard's authority to move forward with either retaining John McDonough or relinquishing it to the Orleans Parish School Board. So when is that?
I believe Superintendent Dobard's responsibility is to determine an appropriate use of the school building for children, and that may well be that the Orleans Parish School Board is the appropriate group to govern the school to serve the children. But, you know, quite frankly, and I thought, and I will be commenting on this in a second, I thought there were some highly unfortunate comments, and I will be commenting on this, made in the newspaper this morning. But the dialogue in the newspaper this morning had nothing to do with children and immediately skips to politics. And Superintendent Dobard's role has to do with a plan for children. Now, we don't have any particular interest in who governs the school. It's a question of what's the right plan for the children and what, therefore, is the right group to implement the plan for the children. I believe that's what the ad hoc committee is determining, is going to come up with a recommendation for the superintendent about that process.
Thank you. I'm going to start here, I believe. If you'd state your name, and then we'll proceed.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Square.
Press the button.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Brenda Square. I'm happy to be here with you this morning, representing the John McDonough Steering Committee. But at this moment, I'm speaking on behalf of the Orleans Parish School Board Ad Hoc Committee, which was appointed to look at the issue of John McDonough High School. So this morning, I want to present you with an update. Since our last board meeting, this BESE Board voted a motion asking the Orleans Parish School Board to engage in a process to engage our community about the future of the John McDonough High School. And we were asked to implement community engagement discussions, and there were actually 3 parts. A was to meet with the OPSB superintendent to analyze revenue costs, student demographic projections, and facility and capacity needs of existing school programs in Orleans Parish to inform the Recovery School District's decisions related to the use and control of John McDonough High School. And then B was to pursue a process led by the Orleans Parish School Board officials to engage with the Orleans Parish community members and the John McDonough High School Steering Committee regarding the future use and control of the John McDonough High School facility. Part C was to provide an update to the board on this matter at the October 2014 meeting. So we're here today to update this board and to let you know that at the September 16th meeting of the business meeting of the Orleans Parish School Board, the John McDonough High School Ad Hoc Committee was established. The members are BESE members, Ms. Kara Orange-Jones, Orleans Parish School Board members Cynthia Cade, Mr. Nolan Marshall, Mr. Ira Thomas. The John McDonough Steering Committee members appointed to that committee are Ms. Shawan Bernard, Mr. Walter Goodwin, and myself, Brenda Square. The RSD representative is Mr. Dana Peterson. Now, on September the 25th, on September 30th, October 7th, and the 13th, we've had 4 meetings of that ad hoc committee. Myself and Mr. Ira Thomas have served as the co-chairpersons of the committee. And so this update wants to just inform the board that we have met and we have examined the motion and considered an approach to gather this information. And on the 8th and the 11th, we did conduct 2 community engagement activities to provide information to the community about historical aspects of John McDonough High School, to present capacity, enrollment, and performance data of schools serving public high schools in New Orleans, and to have dialogue and obtain the community's perspectives and vision for the return of John Mac to the Orleans Parish School Board. Now, I have copies of our summary report for you, and then copies of a more detailed report, the 3 reports that were prepared by our Bright Moments, the organization which actually conducted the community engagement process.
Thank you.
And then I also want to give you copies of some of the information that we have compiled. I have for you change.org, our petition, which shows that nearly 800 people have signed on to a petition supporting the return of John McDonough to Orleans Parish, as well as a Times-Picayune survey, which shows that the majority of the people in New Orleans also support this. So we made copies of those documents for you as well. Now, at the to finish my report, number 1, the ad hoc committee wants to report to you today that we have met and that we have agreed that we will, well, first of all, I want to tell you that Bright Moments on October 13, we agreed Bright Moments LSC will provide the community's input about the use of the building at the John McDonough site. That number 2, we will continue dialogue and come to a final resolution with the RSD about the revenue costs and student capacity. Number 3, we will continue community engagement with the community about best practices to enable the John Mack site to be used to prepare New Orleans students to contribute and benefit in the building and economic prosperity of the city and state. Okay, now, the ad hoc committee believes that there is sufficient information at this time to justify the immediate return of John McDonald facility to Orleans Parish School Board. For example, the first community engagements demonstrated strong, overwhelming community support for the Orleans Parish School Board to be the governing authority of John McDonald High School. The positive community feedback and interactions and the factual analysis of the data and frank discussions between the RSD, the Orleans Parish School Board, fostered through the ad hoc committee are promising indicators of a process that will result in the John McDonald facility becoming a high-quality institution of education for high school students in New Orleans. The John McDonald High School ad hoc committee requests that BESE receive this report. In addition, the Louisiana Board of Elementary and Secondary Education and the RSD should return control of and restore all rights and responsibilities of ownership in the John McDonald High School facility to the Orleans Parish School Board in order to expand its capacity to provide high-quality education options for Orleans Parish students in accordance with Orleans Parish School Board. And we thank our BESE rep, Ms. Kara Orange-Jones, for her involvement. We were a little disappointed, in fact, very disappointed that you could not attend any of our meetings or be involved. But we thank you for at least offering the motion. We're very hopeful and praying now that you would accept this report. Now, the detailed analysis of the data that has been shared is included in this report, as well as some of the commentary for the people who came out to the meetings. And again, I just want to reiterate that it was overwhelming support for the immediate return of the high school to Orleans Parish. And in those packets, you will see a detailed report from the John McDonald Steering Committee, which deals with a lot of the issues concerning programming, as well as governance, which I know some of the board members had some issues about. But we have done the work that this BESE Board has asked us to do, and we now offer this report and ask that you would receive it and go forward with the motion, which was in place. I know that you all voted last time, but we still are very hopeful and looking forward to a positive response and action on this item.
Appreciate your report. To the remainder of you on the getting ready to testify, I'd ask you if you could keep it to 2 minutes or less. That would be appreciated, and y'all choose what order you'd like to go in, but please introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm Nolan Marshall, President of the Orleans Parish School Board, and I would like to go last, so when save time for me.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, okay, you're limiting their discussions to 2 minutes?
Well, they're all part of the steering committee, and I said I'd give the spokesman of the steering committee 4 minutes, and then after that, I'm going to give them each, which I intended the 4 minutes to be for the group, but I'm going to allow them, since they're here, to each take 2. So, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of the board.
Excuse me, this is the ad hoc committee of the Orleans Parish School Board.
And I normally have groups. When there's more than one person from a group, we normally consolidate their time to one spokesman, which I think you just handled. Now, if you're speaking on behalf of the ad hoc committee or with the ad hoc committee, 2 minutes is actually more than I would normally get, but also as an elected official, I want to make sure I recognize it.
Thank you. And I'm going to yield my time to our president.
Sure.
So we can have a full.
But I do want, if I may, sir, yesterday there was a discussion. 2 legislators came to the table. And, I mean, the discussion went on and on and on.
Well, if I may, the person presiding runs the meeting.
Exactly.
And the person presiding has set consistent rules and live by consistent rules, regardless of who's been in front of me, giving everybody fair amount of time and fair warning. And I've always been generous to allow people to finish their comment. But I want to warn speakers up front that time is limited and they will not be allowed to go on forever. And I don't believe anyone here is offended by that idea. So, appreciate it. Proceed.
This this, as I understand it, is an issue that you should not be involved in, because the law should have addressed the possibilities of this issue coming forward. It did not. The law strictly states that they should take over failing schools and get them to the point where they are successful schools. And then at that point in time, the law was amended to allow the operator to decide whether to go back to the local board or not. The law does not address whether or not the RSD has the right or the authority to open new schools in a district. Traditionally, that right and that authority remained with the local school board. Now, in this great experiment that we have, we find ourselves in a position where the law does not speak to that. So what this is we're asking you to speak to that, to clarify the roles of the RSD and the roles of the local school board, which will have implications not only for this district and future decisions, but all districts across the state. And as we see it, and we put forth a resolution that everybody got a copy of, that once the RSD, if a school district has 10,000 kids in it that are in failing schools, once they have placed all of those kids in successful schools or in schools on their way to success, then they no longer have the authority to say, well, we need an additional school for another 1,000 kids, so we're going to open up an additional school. That is not the intent of the law. The intent of the law was to deal with the inability of the district to successfully educate some students. The RSD has done that. All students have been placed in schools. Now we're talking about what to do with the buildings that have no schools. That should be the decision of the local school board. Last night we had a person came to us at our board meeting very frustrated because they did not know who should they be communicating with to advocate for the opening of a school in their district, in their area. Frustrated because they're talking to the RSD and they're talking to the Orleans Parish School System, and we're not quite agreeing on what needs to happen or how the process should unfold. So we need you to make a decision where the law has not. It's a simple issue. Does the RSD have the right to make future plans for the school district? It's a simple issue. We think that it does not. We think that that should and always remain with the local school board. And if we don't do it that way, then what happens when the city grows and they need additional schools? Who makes those decisions? Where new schools are built? Those decisions should remain with the local school board. Simple issue. The law has not clarified that. We need you to clarify that and make that decision. And then at some point in time, we hope that we can all get together and craft the law to take these different scenarios into consideration. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your testimony. I still will invite, I know you yield your time.
Please read the resolution.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Cynthia Kay at Orleans Parish School Board. I speak as one of the oldest tenure members on the Orleans Parish School Board. I was elected just at the time when Katrina hit. When we started with the Recovery School District, that bill said that Act 35, of course you all know, said that they would take over failing schools and it would be returned in 10 years, the 5 years. And it's been almost 10 years now, and the schools are all chartered. That's my concern. Every school under the Recovery District governance has become a chartered school. So when we began to speak about choice for parents in New Orleans, it seems that they have no choice. You either go to a charter school under the Recovery School District, because the Orleans Parish School Board, your elected board, we are maxed out. Our capacity is there. We are turning away hundreds and thousands of students every school year because we don't have building capacity. Now that they've had the schools and they have chartered everyone, closed the ones, and the schools that are not being used, as in the case of John McDonald High, that building, the community came to the board and asked us as their elected board what to do. That's how this whole issue came about, because as the elected board, you all understand what the legislative laws have said, that with Orleans Parish, once we are maxed out, we have to suggest to the parents to go over to the Recovery School District and place their children in one of the charter schools. Now, what happens for choice for parents that do not want their children to attend a charter school, but to attend a direct run school or a school that's under the governance of their elected board, if we don't have the building capacity to do it? So I see this as giving parents in New Orleans more of a choice, as what the whole reform movement is supposed to be about. So if we're going to give them a choice, give Orleans Parish School the opportunity to have leverage. Don't squeeze us out and allow our buildings that we own for the citizens of New Orleans to sit vacant and wait for the Recovery School District to decide what we should be doing with those buildings. I think it is a board's choice. We are the elected board. We're the only ones that can collect the taxes on these buildings. We're the only ones that can do millage for these buildings. So if we're the owner, per se, we are the owner with no using rights. So this is why we're here today. We humble ourselves and we ask you to look at our situation as elected officials, trying to work with our constituents when they come to us and we don't have an answer because of legislation that has been put in place to tie our hands as an elected board. We need capacity. We need buildings to truly educate children.
I might ask you to wrap it up, too.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much. We are the second highest SPS scores in the state. We have proven, I'm tired of hearing about how the Orleans Parish School Board was. That's why I ran. And as the oldest tenure member, making changes in New Orleans. We want high-performing high schools. I've just come back from a conference learning about STEM programs, learning about career programs where we intend to have John Mack with schools working with universities there in New Orleans. So I ask you to look at it. I think it's the right of the board, the elected board. Our hands have been tied enough through this Act 35 legislation, so we're here to ask for your assistance. Thank you.
Appreciate
excuse me, Mr. Romer.
Yes.
I just have a question. Maybe, I don't know if legal here, they never hear, but I don't know if they're here today. But according to Act 35, which I've read Act 35, and which it has been amended numerous times, there is a clause in there where it states that if a school has been failing on the Recovery School District for a consecutive 4 years, that they come back to the local school district and come up with an agreement of how to move forward with the school to return the school. Now, that was the latest amendment that I read in Act 35, which was authored by Senator Karen Carter Peterson. So is there legal here to help OPSB to understand what their legal rights are from a board perspective? It's clear to me what it says.
Yes.
But maybe to some other people it may not be clear. So is that you can address Superintendent White, or maybe you're familiar? Because I've read the law.
I don't remember that specific law, and I remember the bill by Representative Ted James that has some of that effect, but I don't maybe I'm getting this wrong, Superintendent. I don't recall what exactly that's all about.
I can say a little bit. I'm familiar with what you're speaking of. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill, I'm familiar with what you're speaking of with the return. However, we're talking at this particular time of Recovery School District having the John Mack School, running it as a direct-run school, and it failed, and running it as charter schools with various charter operators and the John Mack building, and they failed also. So since the school has failed, and it's no school there, our building, the Orleans Parish School Board owned building, is sitting there vacant, and I don't think that it's fair for us to have to wait now with them having it for 9 years failing to see what they're going to decide to do with it next before just returning it back to the board, since the citizens of the district has asked us to take control of that.
I'm going to allow Mr. Dobart, and then we're going to go to we have several more comment cards, and I'm going to ask that we get to those cards so they have a chance. Mr. Dobart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Dobart, Superintendent, Louisiana Recovery School District. Superintendent White, I believe what you were addressing is Representative James did pass a bill, I believe, if not 2 sessions ago. It's a reverse parent trigger. And so what it states is that if you get up to over 50% of parent signatures and schools meet a certain criteria, then they could be eligible for a return back to the local school board. This wouldn't apply to the instance of John McDonough because there isn't actually a school or parents that would meet that criteria.
I'm familiar with that because I helped him with that law. However, I'm speaking of the Act 35 law. TED law is something totally different. According to the Act 35 law, it states that within a 4-year of a school under the Recovery School District, is if it's failing, that your department return to the local district and have that conversation of how you're going to move forward to return to school. Now, maybe your team
I believe it gives the power to BESE to determine how that process shall go forward, and BESE has established regulations, and that has been litigated already, and that's been through the courts with some of the folks represented here today.
And just for the sake of, we are submitting a letter to and request to the Attorney General's office for clarity around a number of issues that are all embedded within that act, and we'll see how quickly we can get some response. I can't make a promise to how quickly we'll get it, but we have moved forward with that request. Dr. Beebe, and then I'm going to go to...
I'll keep it short, Mr. Romer, but it would appear to me that if the Orleans Parish School Board has a need for a facility and they own the facility, I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that, I mean, I don't know that a law is in place that says they can't utilize it, but if they have the documented need, it would appear that it would revert back to them since it's not being used at this time.
Well, I think we may have a disagreement on law, but see, I think that's why we've got the discussion wrong. I see Mr. Zanders is about to come up here. But see, to me, this strikes me as we've gotten this all backwards. See, we started this discussion as a discussion about kids, and I especially appreciate what we just talked about the needs of the children for good schools. The fact of it is that the Orleans Parish School Board does have some really good schools, and there's a demand for them. And they're right that there are waiting lists at some of those schools. Now, frankly, I wish some of those schools, and y'all have done this, and I appreciate you, President Marshall, for joining in, and former President Thomas, when you were on the board, for when you were president, for pushing this. But you all, Ms. Cade, brought some of those schools into the enrollment system, and that's how I know how there's such a strong demand for some of those schools. In fact, Little Baby Ben is the #1 elementary school in the system, and I know that because they're in the central enrollment system. I wish y'all would bring all of them in, but I appreciate what you've done so far. So here's the problem. You're right. I would love if Orleans Parish would find a way to expand some of their great schools in a building, and it could be John McDonough, I don't know. But we've got a problem, which is we've got a lot of those great schools out there that don't have new buildings. We've got to find a way to serve those schools. We've got this building. We've got those kids that are sitting out there on wait lists. We've got all these complicated problems, and those are kid problems, not legal problems and not political problems. But we're sitting here talking about the law when Ms. Orange-Jones's directive to Superintendent Dobart and to me was to work with President Marshall and Ms. Cade and Mr. Thomas on an academic process, look, I'm fine. If they came to us and they said, look, we've got a plan. We want to take a school like Mac 35 or McMain or Warren Easton or one of these great legendary New Orleans schools that we run, and we want to find a way to expand choices for kids under the Orleans Parish School Board, and we want to figure out a way to use a facility that's under the Orleans Parish School Board, like Ms. Cade said, and that's what was in this packet, I'd be the first one in line.
It's in
We'd be,
the
oh, no, I'm
packet.
sorry. Let me speak.
It's in the packet.
But what I wake up in the morning and I read about anti-charter. And that's what I read. I read 2 Orleans Parish School Board members' statements about anti-charter, categorically anti-charter. No charters in Orleans Parish. Then I read by Mr. Thomas, one of my staff members was called a flim-flam man. Direct quote. Was called a flim-flam man. That's what he called him. He called one of my assistant superintendents in the Orleans Parish a flim-flam man, Mr. Thomas, and I'm asking for an apology.
That is out of order.
Secondly, we don't even have a superintendent in this district. And so what I'm saying to you is this. I have a feeling that there's a good academic solution here. And you all asked us to come up with an academic solution. And I hope that we can let this process move forward. But the thing that's getting in the way is a bunch of school board politics and name calling. And I am suggesting that if it's going to work, a spirit of bipartisanship and working across lines that have long divided us, name calling and this kind of thinking about the law first and kids second, or politics first and kids second, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Guys, I appreciate your
Please
comments, Superintendent.
let me sum this up. Let me sum this up, please.
Quickly, please, and
Okay,
then I'm
I
going to
will.
go. I want to be clear before you start. Before you start, I'm going to be clear. I'm going to allow you to. I want you to finish your comment. I'm going to let you do that. And then we're going to go to public comments, okay? And we're going to get through these public comments, and then we're going to receive the report, okay? Because that's the action in front of this board today. So, but I'm going to give everybody a fair chance. I want to give you a chance to make a comment, and then Mr. Thomas, I'll allow you to make a comment if you will.
It is. His comments are exactly why we have the problems that we have, because we don't have clarity. Okay, we don't have clarity. He said if we bring him a plan that for the use of a building, then they may give it to us. Okay, that's not what the law states. It should be just the opposite. If you have a plan for a building, you should bring it to us, but the decision should remain with the local school board. This decision should remain with the local school board. Don't get trapped into this charter versus. There's a lot of passion by a lot of people. I don't get involved in that. Okay, I try to get to what the issue is. Okay, you get trapped in the charter versus traditional, and the conversations get muddied. Okay, and passions come out. The issue is who should be making these decisions, the RSD or the local school board. The school is closed. Sarah T. Reed is closed. Who should make the decision as to whether it's reopened and what school goes in that building? That's the decision. I believe we worked on the CEA. We got that done. I believe in collaboration. Okay? But at the end of the day, a husband and wife share responsibilities in the home. And they come up with these decisions as to who's going to have the final say about certain things. Otherwise, the marriage doesn't work.
I appreciate the spirit of your
Understand,
comment.
we need clarity. We need to know who do these decisions, who makes these decisions.
And I appreciate
Talk,
that.
collaborate, but then who makes the final decision?
I appreciate your
That should have
comment.
been done months ago.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I did yield my time, but Superintendent White made some remarks, and I think it's fair that I respond to it. The comment he's referring to, I made at our business board meeting on last night. And I made a comment because I am totally frustrated, as President Marshall has expressed, really where we are and where we need to be concerning the use of our buildings. When I was here last time I was here, I believe it was in August, and you put forth through Ms. Jones this process for us to come back here today. And the board appointed an ad hoc committee, the Orleans Parish School Board did, and I serve on that committee. And we, as Ms. Square clearly stated, that entire open and transparent process where we engage the community. And we've brought you back the results. We hired a third-party facilitator. She mentioned Bright Moments. OPSB didn't try to control the process. We had an independent facilitator to engage the community and brought back the report that's before you. I mentioned the last time I was here, Mr. White, that I had agreed with your staff member, Mr. Peterson, who came to me and asked for a community engagement process regarding the future use of the Sarah T. Reed High School, a process that I endorsed had it followed that same course of open and transparency so that the community, and I think I have my hand on the pulse of my community. I know that I do. And so I was far too trusting to allow the RSD to lead this process and not insist, as they insisted and that we concurred, that there should be a third-party facilitator. Much to my dismay, I learned from our chief of staff, who I asked to serve on that committee, that the Recovery School District steered the process with just a few of the stakeholders in my district. And they are numerous, including faith-based organizations, who they said they would include, but they weren't, and steered the process to an RFP to solicit an operator for a closed school, and included the Orleans Parish School Board as a party to this. And the board never consented to any of this. So that's why my level of frustration is where it is, and why we passed that second resolution last night asking this board, and as our president has said, the issue is not the politics. Let's keep the politics out of it. Our community is so distrusting of the Recovery School District, and I'm at that point myself now. And I said last night, I was far too trusting and allowed them to go ahead with this process. And I feel like I was flim-flam, bamboozled, duped, as members of my community also stated.
This news article is about a bunch of people complaining that you disrupted the community process.
I think we should.
Yes, it is. That's what the news article is about. That's what the news article is about.
You weren't at the meeting.
Community groups and kids.
You weren't at the meeting, sir.
I mean everyone.
President.
Okay, I'm running the meeting, and when I ask for quiet for a second, I mean it, and I ask it from everyone. I want it for everyone. Okay, I'm receiving your report, okay, as you've given it, and I appreciate your testimony, okay? Your testimony does not fall on deaf ears, okay? We're not getting the back and forth here, characterization, not going to do it. Not going to spend my time on it. We're going to receive the facts and the information, and we're going to figure out what's the best way to serve kids in your community with your help, okay? That's what we're going to do. We're going to get clarity that you've asked for. We're going to get clarity, and we're going to help you. Okay? So we receive your report. We appreciate the time you put into it and the thoroughness of your presentation. We do need to avoid the political rhetoric. I know I've never been guilty of political rhetoric. I'm always just right by the facts. So I admire that you're frustrated. Okay, I understand frustration. But I'm not going to let this particular presentation go somewhere I don't want it to go. Okay, we're going to go to receiving information and receiving public comment, and then this board will take that information over the course of this year and make sure we come up with a good plan working with you, okay? That's what we're going to do. So with that, I'm going to recognize 2 board members, and then board members, I'm going to go to public comment, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to get through public comment, and we're going to move on. I appreciate all your testimony. Thank you very much. Dr. Moranti, then
In all
Ms.
due
Orange-Jones.
respect to Mr. Thomas, we specifically did not want RSD to lead this process.
I didn't hear you, ma'am. Say it again.
We did not want RSD to lead this process.
Oh,
so
no, ma'am.
With that being said,
No.
the report that's coming back to us is the report that we were expecting.
I agree.
No, I was speaking to the other
that's
the
not
process
John
with
Mack.
Sarah T. Reed, not McDonald, not John McDonald.
Yeah, that's 2 different ones.
Ms. Orange-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you.
Ms. Jones, explain so that she would understand that we were speaking of 2 different buildings, the Sarah T. Reed building and the John Mack building.
Dr. Moranti, is that clear that the example that was just given by Mr. Thomas was in reference to a different school
building?
His
It's
testimony
another
was,
school
but
building.
the issues are nonetheless similar that we're dealing with. So I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for being here. Certainly, Ms. Cade and Mr. Marshall and Mr. Thomas, appreciate your being here, and Ms. Square as well. First, just a note, I wanted to recognize just the work that's been put into the committee so far, and recognize just the effort that has happened to date, which is significant and no easy task. And I wanted to just recognize Mr. Marshall and I have had several conversations leading up to the ad hoc committee being in place in regard to, unfortunately, some complexity with my schedule, particularly the last month traveling, and I knew that would be difficult for me, and I certainly don't think you should plan the committee around me. And so I've appreciated getting updates, but I believe there's a process in place that is obviously driven by OPSB, and you all need to be able to move that process forward, whether I'm able to attend or not. So I just want to recognize that. Going back to the actual motion, because there are several components, we have spoken about some of them, but I want to make sure that the update that we get today is actually very much grounded in each of the A, B, and the C of what was actually here. And I want to actually go back to A. So A really focuses primarily on having access to the information that's necessary to make a determination about the broader capacity of the system, right? It speaks specifically to the revenue, the cost, student demographic projections, facility capacity needs of existing school programs. I think that could get lost, but ultimately, because obviously all of this is comprised in one system, albeit complex, it's actually very important to understand where the ad hoc committee landed in terms of just point A. So I know that was a conversation between the OPSB, superintendent, and I'm assuming the Recovery School District providing additional information, that being shared with the ad hoc committee. And I would just love to get a sense of what was actually revealed in that first bullet.
Okay, regarding the evaluation of the student demographic projections, we received information from both the RSD and the OPSB data, and the findings showed an overwhelming indication that Orleans Parish School Board is really at capacity. The enrollment as of October 8, 2014 for both the RSD and OPSB schools without student enrollment below 300. In 6 of its high schools, the RSD should merge some schools because they have a number of high schools. They don't need more high schools. They have a number of very small schools occupying many buildings. OPSB has a much smaller number of schools, all of which have a much higher enrollment number of students. And so we as residents of New Orleans see John Mack as an opportunity for some of the students who live in the downtown area to go to John Mack. And they have 300 students in 6 of their high schools. And then in Orleans Parish, the average is 765 students in their high schools. Now, the students in Orleans Parish should not be all packed in like this. They need more space. And the parents in that community should not be limited to choices of poor performing schools, which are largely managed by charter schools and RSD schools. So these parents are having to bus kids from New Orleans East all the way to the West Bank, crossing the Mississippi Bridge. It's an hour's drive, all the way over to the Landry Walker High School, because there are no seats in New Orleans in the downtown area. We also looked at the enrollment of the feeder schools in the downtown area that could feed into John Mack High School and Tremay area. And we've identified all of that information. It's in this big packet that you have, and I only had 3 copies of that. So we've looked at the data, Ms. Jones. We've also looked at the current student capacity. We had some disagreements about the data that came from the RSD because their numbers didn't include some schools that had junior high school seats. So we questioned that. There was back and forth clarification given. But your reports will show that there's an overwhelming, clearly high indication of a need for more capacity for students in Orleans Parish in the downtown area.
I've studied this issue a lot. I appreciate your points you're making. I think I don't entirely agree, but I'm on the same path with you in terms of your line of thinking. I want to ask a question. I'm going to divert it. This may be more for your school board members than for the ad hoc committee. How do we think, what's the relationship of the investment in a new school in the John McDonough facility compared to the fact, and this is not a criticism, I'm weighing this issue in my mind, when we've got bricolage, McMain, Sci-High, which are OPSB schools, Clark, which are getting minimal, I know Clark's at RSD, which are getting minimal capital dollars. And so what I'm weighing here is, first of all, I very much appreciate you bringing these enrollment and capacity questions in. I agree. My question is, when I drive by some of those school buildings, the old Allen building, the McMain building, bricolage, where they are up in Mid-City, it makes me realize not everybody has been treated equally in this master plan. I know that's not news to anybody. Here we've got a building that is going to be made new. What is the relationship of making that investment all the while that we have these Orleans Parish schools that are not themselves ostensibly getting anything, or Clark, which is an RSD school 2 blocks away that's not getting anything?
I'm glad you brought that up because that brings further clarity to the issue. We did not decide to put $35 million into John McDonough and $25 million into Clark. That was not our decision. That was your decision as superintendent when you came here.
Well, no, wait a minute. I'm going to stop you for a second, Nolan. There was a decision, you can shake your head, but I made this decision sitting next to your predecessor in the Orleans Parish School Board presidency. The decision was to split the money and then to divide up within the various pots of money, RSD versus OPSB, divided up there. So, in other words, the decision was a co-equal decision. And if the question is, when I came into that job, did I think the John Mack building should be renovated? Yes. Was the John Mack building in the master plan before I took this job and Patrick took this job? No. And people forget that bit of history. John McDonough renovation was not in the master plan until Patrick Dobart and I took these jobs. And we think that, and we thought that the minute we took these jobs, that landmark building on Esplanade Avenue needed to be saved. So we put it in the master plan. We still stand by that decision, but here's the question. We stand by that decision for a whole host of reasons. But the question is, how does that investment then compare to the fact that there's a whole bunch of other buildings sitting out there in schools that have current kids in them that aren't getting comparable investments?
Okay. Now,
I mean, you all are asking for the governance, so you're asking for the responsibility. You can't be at the table and then don't say you want the responsibility for hard decisions.
I appreciate this opportunity. You don't know how much I appreciate this opportunity. You said it was not in the master plan. You came in as the head of the RSD, and you put them in the master plan. You decided to spend.
No. After engagement process.
After an engagement process, it was your decision. After an engagement process, whatever that engagement process was, it was your decision to allocate $60 million of the monies that you had the responsibility to deal with to those two facilities. Okay, $60 million. If you'd have given me the decision at the point in time, the building has never been suited for a high school. Okay? With all of the programs and everything that they tried to have at that high school. It may have been a better decision to take that $60 million and build a new high school somewhere else. Okay, that gave them the land and everything that they needed to have a suitable high school. But the local school board didn't get to make that decision. You made that decision, and you're saying today that you stick by that decision.
I stick by renovating John McDonough High School.
Okay, you stick by renovating John McDonough High School.
If I may, I appreciate.
We're not going to try to undo that. If that ship has sailed, the ship has sailed. The point is today, who should be making these decisions for the district? It's clear.
Yes. If I may.
The people that are there, that understand the community, that can look down the road and not look at a point in time where I've got this money, I have to deal with this, I want to deal with it, and we have a date, 2016, that we want to do this, and we have to do all of this and get done with it by 2016. We need to be thinking down the road. And if we're thinking about children, is it better to spend $40 million in a building that's not suitable for a high school, or to build a new school somewhere else more suitable for them? If you're thinking about children and what you give children. Again, I appreciate very much you bringing this topic up because it really clarifies the issue.
And how OPSB, as the elected
We
board,
need
has
to
been
be
left
making
out.
we need to be making those decisions. And once you clarify this and that decision is made, then we can stop talking about charter versus traditional and doing all of the. And I have friends.
If I may.
Let me just finish with this last 60 seconds. I have friends that I've known for years, that I've worked on education issues for years, that call me a sellout now because I vote sometimes in favor of what's in the best interest of children that may seem to favor the RSD. Okay? But my issue is always focused on what is in the best interest of children. Okay? And the best interest of children is to make the decisions at the local level that understand the community and have a future of the city in mind. It's our decision. We should be making these decisions.
I appreciate your testimony. We're going to go to public comment, okay? I appreciate every one of you being here today, and I appreciate your input, and I appreciate your report, and I'll make sure the report that you only had 3 copies of, that everybody gets a copy of it, okay? That'll be done. And I'm going to go now.
Romer.
Sure. Go now to, I'm going to call Elizabeth Jeffers, Loretta Brown, Walter Goodwin, Willie Zanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start with some...
Do you mind, just for the record, state your name? There's something.
I'm Attorney Willie Zanders, 909 Parker Street, New Orleans. I'm a volunteer for the John Mack Steering Committee, and I'm a parent of 3 former public school students, one at Henry Allen, where they took the building. I want to clear up something. I was here a month and a half ago. The question came up as to whether or not this board had the authority to return the school to the local school board. I'm looking at a case, Orleans Parish School Board versus Paul v. Pastoret, 2013 case heard by the First Circuit. A couple of quick paragraphs from the case. The court finds that the Louisiana Constitution, Article 8, Section 3, pursuant to the aforementioned amendment, has given BESE the authority over the RSD and the legislature set forth the criteria via statute, pursuant to which a failing school should be returned to the jurisdiction of the RSD. It is clear to me, and I said it a month and a half ago, the Constitution controls the power of this board, and not an Attorney General opinion. Y'all can wait for it for 20 years. It doesn't overcome the power of the Constitution. This board has the power. This is the case. I asked Ms. Bernard to give it to you all yesterday, so whether you read it or not, that's the law. We have a few. I want to enter a copy for the record. So you wasted time waiting on the Attorney General. His opinion is only advisory. But Mr. Harvey knows that. He's a lawyer. A couple other points. I was here before. I said I would do a public record request to let the board know that the RSD has enough work on his hands and not to deal with John Mack and to let the local board control the school, because the RSD has a lot of work on his hands. I want to give you all a copy of a public record request. It'll be sent to the custodian of records when I leave here today, but there's a copy for the board. And that public record request includes Inspector General's report saying that $33 million had been overspent in constructions in New Orleans. I say overspent, that the board spent $33 million with no returns. There's been no meeting of the Master Plan Steering Committee. That committee that handles $1.8 billion. I've asked for records on a series of teacher complaints in New Orleans attached to that request to show you all that you need to leave John McDonald alone and let the local board control it. Part of that public record request includes an email dated June 13, 2011 to Mr. John White, subject ethical possible illegal activities involving payroll fraud, teachers hitting students. I'm going to submit a copy of that in the record. I have about 10 of those. All that's part of the public record request. And then the last thing I want to mention is that when I was here before, it was a question of why did the RSG breach the relationship with the Inspector General, Mr. Quatrevo.
And Mr. Zanders, if I can, if this is your last, is this your last item?
This is the last one, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you.
I only have 2 minutes, that's why I've got so many documents. So I'm going to leave a lot for the record. The last thing I had when I was here a month and a half ago, the board was told that they breached the relationship with Mr. Quatrevo because the state had people testing the concrete. That was only one issue. I'm presenting to the record today as part of the public record request a letter from Mr. Quatrevo where it says that the RSD, and is directed to Mr. White, June 7, 2013, routinely failed to provide access to records, permitted his own contractor to provide testing, impeded implementation of the Code of Ethics and the vendor screening programs, routinely failed to make his employees available for interview. I didn't write this, Mr. Chairman. I didn't write this, Ms. Kira Adams-Jones and Dr. Moranchi. I didn't write this. This is the Inspector General. It involves at least $33 million. This board, including, needs to instruct your employee, Mr. White, to focus on his other business and let the local board control John Mack. So for the record, these documents, I'll make sure that your secretary has a copy. You all can play around with John Mack for another year or two if you want. Same thing you did when you brought friends in. But that Mr. White, Mr. Dobart, and others have other work to do to clean up some of this other stuff. Let the local board control John Mack. Now, you can do what you want. You always do what you want. You didn't listen to Mr. Quatrevo, but you'll listen to somebody sooner or later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Jeffers. Been a teacher and a student in Orleans Parish, and I'd like to say that Orleans Parish obviously has an academic plan, an overall district academic plan. And so does the John McDonough Steering Committee. What I passed out to you from Andover Bread Loaf at Phillips Academy in Massachusetts, as well as a letter from students at the center, those are part of the Orleans Parish School Board's academic plan. So the John McDonough Steering Committee, which I'm a part of, took the information, used the information from Orleans Parish's overall academic plan and from the community engagement ad hoc committee's forums. We use that as guidance to create our own plan, which I actually have right here. I just gave you pieces of those letters of support. So for our plan for John McDonough, Orleans Parish has the high-performing schools ranked in graduation, the top with 89.3 cohort graduation rate. The RSD decreased from a 67.7 to a 59.5, which is a drop in 8.2%, and I received that from your documents from yesterday when I attended your committee meetings. I saw that the RSD graduation rate dropped 8.2%. So that's why we want to return to Orleans Parish School Board, where it has 89.3 cohort graduation rate. OPSB's success is partially due to collaboration with community and academic programs, such as Students at the Center and Andover Breadloaf. I passed this around, and I will email you the student writing samples from Students at the Center. But I'm going to read to you what the co-founder wrote, and this is what y'all asked for. Mr. White just talked about students and academics, so I appreciate if I have the time to
If you could keep it brief, that would be
Yeah, let me
great.
I'm just going to read you a few sentences just to give you what you asked for. Students at the Center is a writing, to the John McDonough High School Steering Committee. Students at the Center is a writing program that has worked in public schools in New Orleans since 1996, and it is excited to lend its support to the academic and community programs at John McDonough, particularly if and when it moves under the direct authority of the local elected board. In the last 7 years, we have concentrated on providing dual enrollment courses for juniors and seniors in the high schools where we teach. Currently, the 2 direct OPSB high schools, which are open admissions, approximately 50 students per year have earned college credits through BARD, Early College, which you know is in New York. They have an early college in New Orleans, and Delgado Community College in the courses that they teach through Students at the Center. Each of these students in the program has earned between 6 and 15 hours of credit per year for each year enrolled in their classes. Students at the Center also has a history working at John McDonough, where in Bard Early College did have classes there as well. Let me finish real quick. Sure. And Andover Breadloaf, let me just briefly go over tell you what that is.
I'm going to have to ask you to make it quick because I'm going to hold everybody to
Lou Banieri, who's the executive director of Andover Breadloaf and an English teacher at Phillips Academy in Massachusetts, which is an elite boarding school. He's offering fellowship opportunities and for us to go to Breadloaf writing workshops in the summer and graduate credit from Middlebury College. And those are the relationships that OPSB has in their plan that we've already establish those relationships with those organizations who will be happy to provide them in John McDonough Senior High School. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Calhoun.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, first of all, Dr. Beebe, Ms. Hill, Ms. Smith, and Mr. Lee, we want to thank you for your vote to return the schools over to John McDonough. Ms. Orange Jones, Dr. Moranti, and Ms. Bradford. You said if we came back with a plan, we could that would entertain your vote. However, if we submitted a plan talking about the John Mack Steering Committee, that would be lumped in with charter schools. That's why we went to the Orleans Parish School Board and asked them to write a resolution. So what? And in my opinion, I don't think our school board needs to come up with a plan because they are the elected board. They are a school system. This has become a thing where, as Mr. Marshall said, charter versus direct run. This is not, we don't want this fight. We are only asking that our board, our elected board, be given the choice. It's like we always talk about choice, but it's only a choice if it's one charter versus another charter, not one that deals with our elected board. Mr. Peterson said that there was a line drawn in the sand, that the only way we could get the John Mack building is that if it became basically a charter school. There would be no problem if it was a charter school, but because it's a direct run school, then that's a problem. Now, he also mentioned that there's no plan to put a new school there, but an existing high school, which was mentioned today, Clark High School, which is right down the street. They also mentioned about a K through 8 elementary school. We have never, as a community, entertained putting an elementary school in that building. We have talked to our local board about a direct run high school, and that was their resolution. Yes, there are no need for additional high schools from the RSD. I think that's very clear. However, there is a need for our elected board, for the New Orleans Public Schools. This process, I told you the last time I was here, I didn't want to be in this process because we knew that this process was not going to be fair. Don't trust this process because all it's doing is delaying. It's very easy to get an opinion from the Attorney General. That was in July. I don't think it takes 2 or 3 months to get an opinion. And to clear everything up, this board has the authority. It's not the RSD. This board, the RSD, Mr. John White, are employees of this board. So why would they have to come here to make a recommendation to this board if it was clear that they had the last word? John McDonough is an anchor in our community. It is an anchor. When we talk about choice, let us. That's our children. That's our children. That's our elected board. We choose the Orleans Parish School Board as our governor agent, not the RSD.
And if I could ask you to wrap it up, that'd be great.
Yes, sir. It's been a lack of respect for our community. Our children have failed miserably in the last 9 years. That school, along with many other direct run high schools, have become a pipeline to prison. A lot of these kids are put out on the street. They talk about suspension, but a lot of these kids are not even suspended. They're just put out. And when they put out there on the street, a lot of times they do venture into crime. But if they had a school that was run by our school board, because we know how we can deal with our school board. We can elect them, and we can also get them out of there or vote them out if we didn't do that. This board, this BESE Board, we can't do that to them. We also can't do it to the RSD. So the only thing that we're asking now is for an up or down vote. We need, don't vote for no November, December, January. We want an up or down vote today on whether or not this school should be run or turned over to the Orleans Parish School Board.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Schwan Bernard, Ogdina Elder, Mama D, and Frank Buckley. Okay. And what was your name? Good. I'll put you on next. Okay. I'll get to both of you. I still have your cards. Thank you. Good morning.
Shawan Bernard. And contrary to the other speakers, I believe we began this process in June when I came to the meeting and Ms. Hill made a recommendation that we vote on returning John McDonough. And at that time, I believe Mr. Garvey said that you all didn't have the authority. So that was June. You came down to Orleans Parish, I believe, in August. And at that time, I asked that when we come back, or it may have been July, I think, and I said when we come back to Baton Rouge, that you have the opinion so that we would not waste our time. And we came back, and then again, you asked for an Attorney General's opinion. Yesterday, we came back, and you still have not gotten the Attorney General's opinion. And I think you haven't gotten it because the decision would be that you all have the authority. If the decision was not, you would get that quick. So don't be fooled by the politics. I also ask that you make a decision, based on what's right for children. Some people wonder why we're doing what we're doing. This is not political for us. We got in this for children. We don't have a job in this. We're just trying to do things because it's right. And I'll remind you, I have children in the system. Now, I have a child and I have one who had graduated from Orleans Parish. I attended public school. I worked in public school. After the hurricane, I went to Texas. I could have stayed in Texas, but I got a phone call asking me to come back. And I came back with the hope that I could help create a great system for Orleans Parish. And I worked for the Recovery School District with the hope that we were creating something that would be unique, because we had an opportunity to get it right. And I was disappointed. When the charter came in, I even supported that in terms of if they could do it better than we can, then let them do it. But that didn't happen. So I stand today, or sit today, telling you that through all of that, my bottom line is what's best for children. So don't get that confused that, you know, we're standing for what's best for children. I hope that somebody would make the recommendation that we take the vote. And I know that what's on the agenda was an update. That was not where we started. When we started this with Ms. Hill, it was a vote to determine whether or not you all had the authority to give that school back. And you asked last time that we come together with a plan. Since then, we've worked with our local school board. We've worked with the ad hoc committee. We've made recommendations. We've worked with the community. We are doing things that's in the best interest of children, in the best interest of moving our city forward. And we hope that someone is not afraid, or that you each are not afraid to stand up today and stand with us. So don't get deceived about you don't have the power or authority. Take it. And if they tell you you're wrong, then we'll deal with that. But do not defer and put us off again. Make a decision as to your authority and give that school back. We're busting at the seams. People want to go to the New Orleans public schools, and we're asking you to give John McDonough back to local control so that we can begin to plan all of the programming that will be successful for the children and moving the city forward. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, board. My name is Angelina Elder, civil rights activist, volunteer parent. I'm the volunteer parent for John.
And could you make sure the mic is close to you so we can make sure it's on too?
God is in this place. He sent me to John McDonough to do his works. We, the people, we his hand and feet. New Orleans Parish School Board is part of God's plan, because New Orleans Parish School Board accepted all children. They didn't discriminate. They accepted all children. Now, I was in a meeting with Dana Peterson Saturday. He said he preferred that they wanted to put an elementary school in John McDonough. Children in New Orleans east is being bused from the east to across the river. Is a need for the school to be put back. If y'all, like I told y'all before, because I'm on that line, I'm on the line now, I'm about to cross over in the streets. If y'all don't give John McDonough back and open up and give back all these other schools that's ran by charter, the people gonna make y'all give them back. Because our children are being bused all over the city. Busing is racism. If y'all cared in y'all heart, these children sitting out here in the door. You got child molesters, all kind of pedophiles out here. If y'all cared in heart, y'all will stop this, because I'm about to stop the busing, tearing up my house, tearing up the streets in New Orleans. I can see we live in a rural area. We don't live in a rural area. We live in a city. These children need life skills. They need to know how to catch the bus. They need to know how to get around in the city. But like I said, and I said before, and I want to say this, when I send out all the pictures around the world to the president, the letter to the president, I had connected with John White, who marched for King. He couldn't believe it. He said, what the politicians doing out here? I said nothing. He said, what the elected school board people doing out here? Y'all know I've been on this far as the condition of the building. Mr. Garvey, I sent the pictures to all y'all. Mr. Garvey sent all of my emails sent to Patrick Dubois. Patrick, please take a look at these attachment pictures, which show significant problems at John McDonough. Can you tell me if we have plans to address these problems? Y'all knew that the children was breathing in mold asbestos lead. Y'all knew this. and y'all still allow the children to be here in that condition, and Mr. White always leaving, and he know I talked to him several times. But like I told y'all, the people gonna change this because we tired. We tired. And for its charter ain't nothing but a corrupted cult. I investigated them from 5 to almost 6 years. 6 years. And they tearing down our children, they tearing down our future, and before I let y'all continue, I'm taking y'all down, all y'all.
Appreciate your comments. And I'll also call Mr. Buckley. I don't know if I called him earlier or not, if he's still here. And then Mr. Smith and Miss, how you say your last name? Coville? Okay, Coville, you can come forward as well. Thank you.
Good morning. Is it still morning?
I believe it is, if you pull it close. Is it not on?
Can y'all hear me?
Oh, it's afternoon. I thought he said it's a mic on.
Already. Isn't that something?
Yeah.
And don't start my minutes. Young lady?
Yes.
And Ms. Beebe, when y'all smile innovations and the need for funds, you know, y'all just came and stole NOCA. That was a New Orleans innovation. Look into it here. Yeah, keep the resources where they need to be. Just think if we could do preschool music without children, the Louis Armstrongs and the folk who coming behind them. I'm just saying that's a reference y'all can use, because I heard you verify. And thank you again, miss. What's your name, please?
Bibi.
I'm sorry.
Bibi, Lottie Bibi.
And I want y'all to do me a favor, baby. How your family? I'm talking to you.
I know, we spoke yesterday. They're doing well.
Yeah, but it's another day. Why y'all don't put your names up there and where you're from? Or you can't speak over here. We spoke in the back in the public. Can y'all put y'all names up and where y'all from for us? Because we've had this before. You can't legislate morality. I don't come to do but share with you where we going. I come from an era of having to get rid of immoral, despicable laws. There were laws, some confusion about the civil rights movement. We had to break laws, laws made by bona fide bodies. Go check. They started with King, but it didn't start there. Look at that, y'all named this building after Claiborne. You saw the mess they did way back in the day? We had to break laws. I don't come before you as an alumni or none of that. Because you know what? There was a law on the book that said I couldn't go to John Mack. And for the life of me as a child, we scratched our heads, and it's the only reason. Because my birth certificate said I'm an African. The only reason I couldn't go to John Mack on the street that I live on, Durgenwall, was this. And if we're going to sit here in 2014 and ignore this racism, then we're having a problem. I don't know how much longer you or anybody else, and miss, you know, you don't come to our meetings. I don't know what it is you got with your electoral, but we got something for you too here. Y'all not going to sit here and think you're going to make the decisions about the rest of our babies. The police said, give me your license. The man reached back for his license, he got shot. And somebody going to tell me it wasn't because of the color of his skin. We have to have y'all to be more conscious of what you're saying and what you think you're doing. First of all, sides. We elected Orleans Parish School Board. There wasn't no sides. It was them. And then all of a sudden, so people come from somewhere with no resources, obviously with no knowledge, and they get the authority to make decisions for us and our dollar, our tax dollar. I'm still confused. I'm like the children. I guess why you say slow SLLD? I'm all of that. Because y'all can't show me, first of all, if you're going to give these people 9 years and still scratch your head and say, well, they're going to try it another way, then why we couldn't let the Orleans Parish School Board, I'm still confused about what all they did that wasn't right. And how come we had to fire over, was it 6,000, Willie? employees and disrupt approximately 5 times 4, at least 24,000 lives in the immediate New Orleans area. There was 80% underwater. The other morning I walked from Chapatulas to St. Charles on Jackson Avenue. Hear me clearly, y'all, because if it's coming, whether you want it or not. I'm not from the area. Keep asking. If we got to show you, we're going to show you. 16 cars, only 4 had Louisiana tags. Kentucky, Texas, California, Utah, Iowa, New York, and the list goes on. How dare y'all tell us, the New Orleans that I'm a part of, worked for 5 mayors, Neighborhoods USA and everybody else wanted New Orleans in the house because they started taking notes. We've always been progressive and innovative about ourselves. And all of a sudden, because of the water, everybody came to fix us, and we became super stupid. That's not going to run here. I just left Philadelphia. Isn't it amazing how other people want our ideas and y'all won't even give us nothing but 2 minutes about our own children? And for the record, little brother, there was enough people for them to have 30 minutes just now, just for the record on how the law and the rules go. Why they send for us and ask us about our process and our procedures? I love you too. Our process and procedures, if we don't know what to do. I get invited all over. And you know what's really getting to be embarrassing now? Around the world, people saying, what they doing? They're talking about the inhumane. Have any of you ever had your neighbor to float past your door with her 2 babies tied to her because she thought that'll keep them with her? I'm still suffering. Do we have to have a Katrina fit for y'all to hear us? Have you ever, your city ever been 80% underwater? And the folk who came to fix us, the folk who continue to come to fix us, get all the resources they need, and don't even bother to come by us. I don't come here as no alumni, no part of this and none of that. I'm a neighbor. I don't know who demographics when I've heard this for 2 days. I don't know what they're using. Tulane and Loyola came to fix us. You know what they did? They started buying the houses. The students at Tulane and LSU and all these places, they're buying the houses. They're not helping us maintain ourselves. And you're doing the same thing. 42 has a sign on it that said, owned by the RSD. How they get to own our stuff? It's a sign out there say that. These are the questions. I know, babe, and call who you want, because I told you we're back at that era. Y'all won't listen. We're going to have to show you. And it wasn't violent then. And it ain't going to be violent now. You can't operate without us. We the product. You're treating our children like they're not human beings, like they're a product. And we're going to do this in 2050, and we're going to do this, whatever. How can you determine by 4th grade how many prison breads to get ready? And you can't do anything for our children. If you're that incompetent, if you continue, and we want to know who you are. Where y'all bows? When I got appointments from the governor, they had to put all my stuff in it. Because we could come to your hometown. We won't come to your festivals. We'll let your constituents know what you're sitting here doing to us as a people. And your businesses, we recognize the names. We know who you are. We won't buy some of your products. Don't do this to us. Don't do this to us. We don't deserve it. We're still trying to recuperate. Did you lose your mom or your dad in Katrina? Did you lose everything
Ms. Cole,
you possess?
Being here today. I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, please.
Yeah, I don't care, baby. You know, that's the way we be on the same level with. I don't care what you do. I walk in faith. Fun, F-U-N. You know what that means? Faith unites neighbors. That's where I come from. I have the faith to know that y'all not going to let you and nobody else. What you can do. You see, we used to the jail threats. Find something else that you can do for us. I go to jail. Isn't that unfortunate? Every time I go to jail, it's about something that somebody else is trying to make a decision about me and my community and my family about. That's all right. You know what? I had to tell a little brother. He said, Mama, did you get a little excited? I said, why did King go to jail? He didn't get excited. Read his letters from the Birmingham jail bed. Have you been aware of them? Y'all need to be. Martin King Jr., because his daddy was the powerhouse. wrote a letter to his constituents and a fellow clergy from the Birmingham jail. So it ain't my loudness, maybe it's some of my correctness because I was taught by people who know how to do this. We got to get this right, y'all. We got to get on a good foot. And if you don't, you know, and the world going to see the picture different this time. The world saw the hoses and the dogs. The world going to see the true picture this time. My children don't deserve Angola and DCI that I saw walking in here. They don't deserve that. If we'd have had a John Mack and everything else we capable of doing, we were willing in the community to participate. Find out why we doing some of the things we're doing. And
I do appreciate your comments, and I appreciate you coming down.
And let me just say this to you, baby.
Thank you.
2 minutes ain't gonna get it here. You're talking about us. How can everybody else sit up and clean their fingernails, go to sleep, take a nap, and say what they want to say? You're talking directly about us. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ms. Cole.
Kwame Smith, public school educator, resident of New Orleans. I want to start by saying that I teach 9th grade. 9th grade Algebra 1. Every one of my students who are in my class who have lived in the city of New Orleans is a result of the 9 years of innovation through most of the charter schools. And I will say, our kids have still not raised the bar. They're still struggling through this innovation that RSD has brought to this city. So yes, we are tired of it. But with that being said, I want to get to the children that your employee, Mr. White, kept referencing. That we talk about politics, tricks, policies, but we don't talk about children. I'm exhausted, tired. This document right here is what people have been asking for. Some kind of plan that you all will feel that will satisfy you so that you would decide to send the school back to John Mack. OPSB. In the preface, the beginning, we state our message. I don't know if you know it. The John Mack Donner High School Steering Committee is a public education advocacy organization founded by former students, parents, employees, alumni, friends, and public school supporters. Our mission for John Mack is for the Louisiana Board of Elementary and Secondary Education to return John Mack as a direct run school that will be a college preparatory and career readiness high school underneath the legal authority and control of Orleans Parish School Board, with the strategic use of all local, state, and federal funds. We also are going to be fostering many business partnerships. In addition to that, inside this plan, we have a strategic academic plan. Looking at that strategic academic plan, we have an objective. The objective of this plan is to outline a set of shared goals that we will strive to achieve as McDonough incorporates itself into the OPSB academic standards of excellence. So we looked at the academic plan as a guide for the plan for John McDonough Senior High School. This document here that I'm looking at. Just to let you know, we have been working tirelessly for children. Not coming here to beat on the table and yell at you about what you should do. We're here working with Orleans Parish in concert, not rogue. We come in here in unity, together, as one. All we're asking for you to do is to send the school back to Orleans Parish so we can give our parents choice. You've heard the word choice. If you have an all-charter school district, you don't have a choice to go to a place that's right by your house. I hear you, but I'm going to have to take some liberty here. Background for our curriculum instruction. As an OPSB direct run high school, John Mack will be bound to the district's curriculum, instruction, and assessment, the one that's got them #1 in graduation rate, #2 in academic achievement. It seems like a no-brainer. I'm skipping through many pages because I'm not going to read the whole thing, but our strategic plan for community engagement, it's a good one. We envision the continuation of an open and transparent stakeholder and community engagement process, as evident by the attached public announcement, given the 100-year history of John McDonough Senior High School in the Treme area. Improving stakeholders' relationships and remaining a valuable community asset is our top priority. Cultural, competent educators. That's what we're lacking in Orleans Parish. What does cultural, competent educators mean? That means you understand not just by observation, but also by participation in the culture and environment that the students are coming from. We lack that in OPSB because we don't have the capacity. RSD cannot do that job. Because most of the providers that come in through RSD's process that we want no part of. We want it to go back to Orleans Parish, let them make the decision, we will deal with our elected officials. But the charter program, bringing operators who bring in teachers and educators nowhere from that neighborhood, not saying they can't do a job of educating children, but to be culturally competent, that's something they cannot do.
Can I ask you to?
I will wrap up. I'm not going to be here long. I'm exhausted. I am tired. Believe me.
I appreciate that.
Academic programs, formal and informal, are important. Landry Walker on the West Bank has 1,450 students. That's a lot. Over half of them, 700. Come from New Orleans East. That's a heck of a ride. Why do they go so far to go to Landry Walker? Because the schools that they do have out in New Orleans East that are charter RSD schools do not provide the culture that they're looking for. They want to be a part of a nice band, have all the activities that their kids, their parents, their aunties, all of them talk about when they grew up in New Orleans, going to Orleans Parish public schools. They don't have that experience, so the closest thing they can get is to go all the way across New Orleans to a school that have those kind of programs.
Sir?
I'm sorry. I will conclude there by simply saying, return John Mack. Just send it back.
I appreciate your comments. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is...
I don't think you're on. If you...
Thank you. All right. My name is Anne-Marie Coviello, and I do want to comment on the fact that I appreciate you giving us extra time because we drive 3 hours to come here to talk about a school that is 3 blocks from my house. And I would say to all the members, if you're tired of us and you're tired of our comments, send us back. You won't have to hear from us anymore. We will be engaged. We will continue to be engaged with John McDonough. I can't imagine any of these people not being engaged with John McDonough. We would like to do this locally. So please send us back so we can. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the investment these people have made, the John McDonough Steering Committee. We hear the words over and over again, excellence and data-driven, as the new watchwords for what was supposed to be built in New Orleans. I'm going to show you some examples of what real excellence looks like. The John Mack Steering Committee is comprised of 22 members, and the working committee is made up of 12 people from that group who are able to devote the kind of time this work has demanded. How much time? By my calculations, we have as a whole participated in over 90 hours of meetings since May 16, 2014, when the school was closing. That is almost 4 solid days of meetings. How many people do you know who volunteer 90 hours of their lives in the course of less than 5 months to a cause they believe in? Just the educators appearing here today have over 128 years of teaching experience in New Orleans public schools between them, among them. 6 of these educators have master's degrees in education. Will you really allow the fate of John McDonough High School to be decided by 3 men, John White, Patrick Zobard, and Dana Peterson, who have approximately 14 years of teaching experience among them, and who haven't even raised children in New Orleans, don't have children that go to public schools, although we don't know where Patrick Zobard's children go to school. We would like to know, because I suspect it's OPSB schools. I know that you have doubts about the efficacy of the Orleans Parish School Board, but can you really doubt that we, the John Mack Steering Committee, will hold them to the highest standard for the school we have fought so hard to save? You cannot doubt the excellence and the commitment and the staying power of this group. So know that we're going to stay engaged and know that we're going to hold OPSB to its very highest standard, which it has demonstrated over and over again. We know they can do it at John McDonough. I'm going to conclude with remarks. I expected to be able to talk to my fellow Teach for America alumni, Mr. White and Ms. Kira Orange-Jones. I see that Mr. White didn't want to hear what the John Mack Steering Committee and other community members had to say. But I really would urge Ms. Orange-Jones and Mr. White to reflect back on the reasons all three of us joined Teach for America originally. And I know that, like me, your original intention was to improve the lives and educations of children living in under-resourced schools. But when we became teachers, we entered a trend-driven field. We've seen the trends come and go, from whole language to phonics, group works, ending of ability grouping. Then we saw highly qualified teachers, but then that was swept away because they didn't want to have highly qualified teachers because they want to bring in more and more Teach for America who are not highly qualified. Small high schools, then back to big high schools. But what we know now is that the trend is changing for charter schools. And the pendulum is going to swing back. Nationally, teachers and parents are getting active to keep charters out of their school systems. And given the foundational beliefs, Mr. White and Ms. Orange-Jones, what I know you share with me, I'm going to ask you to please create a new model of collaboration and governance that will improve on this, what is essentially a failed model. Be on the forefront of history. Don't cling to the past. Admit that mistakes were made and that the RSD and the charter schools that exist in New Orleans have gotten too many things wrong. Be a role model for the children in the state of Louisiana by learning and innovating and looking to craft a new solution. The next solution for John McDonough High School is a return to local control. And I really trust that you, especially my Teach for America alumni, will work to make this happen today by supporting the return of the governance of John McDonough High School to Orleans Parish School Board. Thank you.
Appreciate your time and your comments.
My name is Frank Buckley. I'm passing out a packet for you. I'm going to try to give some of you a way out where you don't have to vote. You look at this 2008 master plan. It clearly states that at the end of the 2014 school year, John McDonough was going to close. And it was going to return to Orleans Parish School Board. They got half of it right. 2014, they closed. But we fighting to try to get the other half to return it back to OPS. So if you are afraid of voting to give it back because of what one of your colleagues may think, use this master plan as your way out. It does not say BESE needs to vote on it. It does not say John White needs to vote on it. It doesn't have RSD in it at all. Now, someone told me that there's a 2011 master plan, but I haven't seen it. So I'm going on the 2008. The students at John McDonough's civil rights have been violated. Not only their civil rights, their human rights. Those students under the leadership of the Recovery School District attended John McDonough for 9 years in a mold and rat infested building. We talk about children going to school for 9 years in a mold and rat infested building, while they watch other schools that were vacant being built and renovated. So you had a school that had students going to it, and then you had schools that was just sitting, that somebody decided, let's renovate that school that's just sitting. Let's rebuild another school while the kids, everybody keep talking about the kids, attended a school, mold and rat infested building. Title VI complaint was filed on May the 14th against the RSD, BESE Board, Louisiana Department of Education, John White, Your superintendent called it a joke. That's at the bottom of the page. He called it a joke. The United States Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights, decided that it wasn't a joke. Do y'all know y'all being investigated? Has anyone gave y'all that information? That the BESE, Louisiana Department of Education, NRSD is being investigated for violating Title VI civil rights? Do you know that? Why are you asking us to continue to deal with the Recovery School District, and we know they're violating and under investigation for civil rights? You want John White to make a decision? He can't even sit here and listen to us voice our opinion. But he's supposed to make a decision? The RSD is a failing district. They want to close failing schools, but you want us to stay with a failing district. I went to John McDonald. I graduated in 1982. It was a high school. It has always been a high school. We don't need to change it. It needs to be a high school. The committee is talking about bringing a different type of high school, a real college, a real college and career school. Let me get to another document before I have to get. Culinary arts, they said that was going to happen. It didn't happen. There's a license in the packet. Jacobs Construction, the project manager of the Recovery School District. The license was issued on 8/2010, went into effect 8/2011. Jacobs Construction was allowed to do business in the state of Louisiana from 2007 to 2011 without being licensed. This was the group that was making the decision not to renovate John McDonald. This was the group that was making the decision to build all the new schools and give them the kit. Wasn't even licensed. People go to jail for that. But the RSD allowed Jacobs Construction to do business as a project manager without being licensed in the state of Louisiana. Like Mr. Zander said, RSD have enough problems. We're tired of coming, and I'm sure the people are tired of hearing them. Use the master plan to get rid of us. Just go about with the master plan and say, give it back to them. And let us move on and start educating our kids, please. And I normally don't say that, but please. We love our kids and we want to educate them. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. I don't know that I have two more cards here. I may have called your name already. I apologize if I did, or if I didn't, you're still welcome to come forward. Loretta Brown? Okay. And then Scott Richard had turned in a card.
Excuse me, Mr. Chad.
Yes,
Last
sir.
one.
Yes, sir.
$300 million in the hole for construction, RSD. $300 million. If you're $300 million in the hole, where are you going to get $40 million to renovate John McDonald? If you're $330 million in the hole, where are you going to get $57 million to rebuild Booker T? Where?
Appreciate your comments.
Thank
Mr. Richard.
Thank you, President Romer. Hopefully, this is the last comment of the day that I'll make.
We can always be hopeful. You know, I like that about you.
In all honesty and seriousness to the matter at hand, we obviously have a problem. We obviously need to work together to solve the problem. There's an obvious precedent that has been set by BESE and the Recovery School District to return schools to local governing authorities in St. Helena Parish and Point Coupee Parish. Doesn't get much publicity, doesn't get much attention, but there are some variables and some circumstances that exist that have allowed that to occur. They may not be relative or pertinent to this situation, but the fact of the matter is that there are some local schools that have been returned to their local school boards for whatever reason that exists. The point I'm trying to make to you today is that Orleans Parish School Board is an active member of the Louisiana School Boards Association. They have a superintendent, Stan Smith, and I stand to you today, before you today, and before the audience that's here today, to pledge to work to be a part of the solution to these issues that are being brought up constantly over and over again, and to work with BESE, Superintendent White, and the leaders of this state in public education to try to make this a better situation for the citizens of Orleans so we can move forward. I hear the word forward mentioned a lot today. Forward. Well, let's all work together. We've established task forces, we've established emergency task forces, we've established committees to address controversial issues over the years. We're here today as a School Boards Association to say, let's work together to make this happen and make it work and not just rhetoric. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Members, I'm going to allow Superintendent Dobard to make comment, and then I'd like to move on to receive the report. I appreciate. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. Square, if you don't mind keeping it brief, I thought I'd already given you an opportunity, but if you want to.
I wanted to speak. I spoke on behalf of the ad hoc committee, the OPSB ad hoc committee, but I am a member of the John McDonough Steering Committee, and on behalf of the John McDonough Steering Committee, I just wanted to, first of all, thank the board again for allowing us to continue to engage and remain engaged on this issue. But one of the things that I wanted to do is to remind the board that historically, you know, and I speak because I've documented civil rights history for the last 20 years. This is a major civil rights history, historic event. And we have an opportunity now to work towards some restorative justice here. We have a wide body of evidence of failure on the part of the RSD. It was well intended. It may have been well intended when it was put in place post-Katrina, but it has in fact failed, and the evidence shows. We've come and expressed great pain in our community, our children. I was a victim of a hurricane in 1965. I bused from Lower 9 to the Algiers Naval Base where I lived, and I played music. I remember getting home at 8 and getting up at 5. So I know the pain here, and it's very real for the people in my church. I'm a minister, and I'm familiar with the problems that our parents are facing with limited opportunity. So I appeal to you on moral basis now, because this is not at all about the politics. It's about the law. It's not about the law. It's about the suffering that we are experiencing. It is very real. It's very painful. We have many kids who have come here with us from in 2006 from John Mack who passed away. They've been victims of violence. Many of them have ended up in prison and given up because of the failures at RSD and because we need help. So we have shown you with the data today that Orleans Parish schools are filled to capacity. They need more space. You've got 6 schools run by the RSD charters with less than 300 students. Their average is 300. Our average is 765. On moral basis, we appeal once again that you do what is right. We don't have time. People are suffering and dying in our city. Do the right thing. In Jesus' name, I'm asking you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Superintendent Dobard.
Mr. Chairman and committee members, I appreciate the opportunity to just have a moment. A lot of people have spoken, superintendent and others. And just as a person who's also been very close to this, just a few key points that I'd like to make, so that should indulge me, but I will try to be brief and respectful of the board's time. First thing I just would say, as Ms. Square just pointed out about civil rights, I would argue that the Recovery School District has done more for the civil rights of students in New Orleans, arguably, than any other government entity in recent memory. And the evidence is there. It's clear our students are almost 100% African American and almost 100% high poverty students, whereas counterparts do not have those demographics, and we see and we know what the data shows. Secondly, Mama D pointed out Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail, and one thing I will agree in that letter, when we were in this boardroom several years ago, many of you may not have been in attendance that day, but we did articulate our urgency around why we needed to do school transformation, because Dr. King said so eloquently and well in that letter. He had a point that he was making around why we can't wait. And we have moved with due diligence, with great transparency, holding everyone, ourselves included, accountable to ensure that we guarantee the civil rights of our young students, and we have done that. That's not to say the process has been perfect. That's not to say we have not made mistakes. That's not to say that we wish sometimes we can be smarter today than we were yesterday. All those things are true, and yet we continue on a path forward to ensure that we serve our children well. Mr. Richard, I'm glad you mentioned that Superintendent Stan Smith is involved with the Superintendents Association and as a member of the School Board Association, the OPSB. I like that recognition because, to Mr. Thomas's point earlier, We have worked cooperatively with the Orleans Parish School Board, their leadership by Interim Superintendent Stan Smith, second in command or whatever position Dr. Armand Devazan, on a number of these instances, along with Board President Marshall. So number one, the board did agree back in the spring, the Orleans Parish School Board, to a cooperative endeavor agreement, and language within that agreement says that we should be doing exactly what we're doing now, which is collaborate together as a district, a decentralized system of schools to ensure that we're working towards cooperatively, long-term siting agreements and those things. We have agreed to that. We have done that. We continue to do that. At the urging of Mr. Thomas for Reed High School, he said we want to have a community process. We've engaged in that. You can see, as it was reported today, those community members were excited about it. They were dismayed at the behavior earlier this week. But we've moved ahead with Interim Superintendent Smith, with Mr. Devazan, and with that community. And even though it's representative of that community, I'm also confident, as we move forward with my third point, that at John McDonough, we're following a directive of the board to put something together similarly. So I was a bit confused when Mr. Thomas said there's a larger stakeholder group for Reed, yet the stakeholder group that's been identified by the Orleans Parish School Board to represent the ad hoc committee is a majority of the stakeholder group that was representing the John Mack Steering Committee. We didn't say anything about that. What we did was to say that's the identified community. We are going forward with the process that you, the board, has put forward. We didn't say that, well, for Reed, like we have to get more community members, where all those community members have been the exact same consistent people who expressed interest in that school we're working with. They're excited about it. We have an RFP. We have a transparent process that they are leading with us and with the OPSB leadership. So I say all of these things is because we will continue to honor directors of this board. We will continue to work very closely with the community. We will continue to listen, but also, as Martin Luther King said, to echo Mama D, we can't wait. And so January actually seems too long, but we're going to follow that timeline for Reed. We're continuing to move forward. And we're just going to continue to apprise the board. We'll continue to work with the community. And we thank you for your leadership. And I just thank everyone on our team, especially, for continuing to work hard for all of our children. We really appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Superintendent. Members, if I may, Ms. Hill, and I'll allow you to make
I just have a question for Mr. Doe.
Sure.
My question is, I represent Point Capee Parish. And I know Point Capee Central High School, you guys asked them to receive the school where you wanted to return the school. For whatever reason, you guys went to the board and worked with that school board to ask for the school to be returned to Point Capee School Board. So what's the hesitation with OPSB? You guys did it before, why you can't do it again?
There is no hesitation. What happened with Point Capee as well as St. Helena, both of those schools are under desegregation orders. The federal judge has required us to work towards desegregation, and both those schools going back to local control was part of that order to increase more students to come to school together, both black and white. And so we're not under deseg order in New Orleans. We are very clear through policy and law. And again, some of the things that were mentioned as far as the John Mack School, the only things that we're saying as far as working with the steering committee is that, one, we have excess high school demographic like capacity, so it should be an existing school. Number two, you should be a part of one app. Most of the Orleans Parish direct run schools all are. There are some charters that are not. Number three, provide transportation. And that's it. And so for those schools that they mentioned that have these capacity issues, they could be a school, they can expand in the John Mack building. We've not said no to that. Superintendent White has clearly articulated that. We have clearly articulated that. So that was the difference. I know you asked the question specifically on that, on why, but it doesn't have to be a lot of ors. I keep saying that. It could be a lot of ands. We can have an OPSB school in that building, and it can be one of their existing schools, their high-quality existing schools, and we will support that. Thank you.
With all, and I appreciate it. I'm not going to allow it. I'm not going to allow it, and here's why. And let me finish, okay? I've given everyone that came today a lot of time. We got a lot of information. I think we got a good report from the superintendent and from the committees.
Really appreciate it.
And we're not going to do.
Just need 30 seconds, please. Just 30 seconds. To tell you what collaboration looks like. I worked very hard with the CEA. We got it approved. In that CEA, we were supposed to meet on a monthly basis to collaborate on these issues. First 3 meetings were canceled at the last minute by the RSD. We didn't have our first meeting until this summer. And when we get there, it's all laid out for us. This is what we think. When we get to John McDonough, this is what we think. These are the parameters in which you can even have the discussion about what we think. Okay, so it's all dictated to us, and it's not an open collaboration. Again, the issue is who makes these decisions? Who has the authority to make these decisions? That's what's at stake here. It's not whether we're collaborating or not, but from their perspective, they're collaborating. Our perspective is it's not done well.
I appreciate your comments. I appreciate that sentiment. Members, we have a report. I want us to receive the report. I want us to acknowledge there's work to be done here. And we need to spend time on it. I commit to you as a board president that if you have particular issues that you heard today, that certainly ask you to follow up directly with the superintendent, but if you would also like to bring them to my attention, we're going to put full effort. We're going to put full effort into making sure we get a good resolution for the John McDonough and for the RSD as a whole and for OPSB. And so I want you to know that's my spirit moving forward, and would like us to receive the report. Ms. Orange-Jones.
Oh, Ms. Beebe.
Yeah, I have a question.
I just have a follow-up question on the actual, again, what the report details included, because there's still a couple of questions that I'd like to have answered that I just want on record that I think are directed actually to the department or the Recovery School District to actually follow up with.
Sure.
I'd like to see the written report that was actually included in item A, which actually gave an analysis of the cost, the enrollment, et cetera. I'd like to see that. I think it's important for our board to see what was presented to the ad hoc committee. In addition to that, and I believe Ms. Jeffries may have raised a point that I wanted to follow up on, which is actually related to the student achievement sort of data over time. I'd like to I want a report that actually, or an update or something that tells us what the actual end of year data has been by 3 different groups. I'd like to see OPSB direct run, I'd like to see RSD direct run, and I'd like to see charge. I just want to basically be able to see, and I think since by 2012 we obviously have comprehensive cohort data. I just want to actually see sort of what the trends are in overall enrollment. To the point, I'm confident that progress has been made across the city. I'd like to be able to look at it in the context of this being a question that's ultimately grounded from like what are the best educational opportunities for children as we sort of reach a conclusion on this particular example. I'd like to see that data. I just want that on the record.
Okay. Dr. Beebe?
Well, I just want to say, for me, it has been confirmed that the Orleans Parish School Board needs the facility. Also, the Orleans Parish School Board owns the facility, so it should be returned to the Orleans Parish School Board. And I have heard enough discussions, so I'm prepared to offer a substitute motion to return the John McDonough High School to the Orleans Parish School Board. Let's vote it up or down, but I want a second and a roll call.
And I'll second that.
I'm not going to accept the motion. That's not the agenda item today. If we had that,
we had the discussion.
If we had that as an agenda item, you would have a much different audience than we had today. You'd have a much different public comment than we had today, and the motion's out of order. Okay, we're going to receive a report today. That's the agenda item, and we received it. And we allow for thorough discussion, and now we have serious questions that we need to follow up with as a board. But we're not going to make a decision that's not on the agenda that's that significant.
Well, with that said, Mr. Roma, I want to thank the individuals from New Orleans who took the time out today and yesterday to speak to their concerns. And I think it's a travesty as a board that we are not hearing. We may be listening, but we are not hearing the concerns. And Orleans Parish School Board should have the opportunity to prove to this board, and they have proven it through their school performance scores. They have proven that they are an effective system. Again, why do we continue to complicate things? Why do we continue to issue challenges? Give them the autonomy to improve education for all students. Why are we being so possessive? It hasn't worked in the RSD, and you refuse to acknowledge it.
I appreciate your comments. Any other comments before we move on? We have a motion. Do I have a motion to receive the report? A motion by Dr. Moranti, second by Mrs. Orange-Jones. Is there any objection to receiving the report? Hearing none, so ordered. Next item.
Item number 48
I pulled that one.
on the admin and finance.
Yes, there's another pulled item on admin finance.
I'll go ahead and read it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On a motion of Ms. Bophy, seconded by Mr. Garvey, the Admin and Finance Committee recommends the Board direct the State Superintendent to provide in January 2015 a summary report regarding the total number of public records requests the LDE received and answered in 2014.
Was that pulled at someone's request? Ms. Bophy. All right, Ms. Bophy.
So I would like to move to delete this motion. I have learned a really good lesson in these last 2 days, and that's to get confirmation from the people that I'm trying to compromise with before I pass a motion. And so I was trying to get what Ms. Beebe was working at to a place where I was comfortable with it. I was not successful in doing it, and she is opposed the motion. This is not a report that I'm interested in, and so I'd like for it to be deleted.
There's a motion and there's a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes. And Ms. Bophy, I just want to remind you that you are an elected representative of this board, and you have a responsibility to your constituents to have Mr. John White be responsible in providing public records requests. He is responsible ultimately. And as a board member, he refused to respond to my request. And yet, you have the audacity and the nerve to say you're not interested in holding him accountable and being compliant with the law. Well, shame on you. I hope your constituents recognize your service to them.
Dr. Beebe, I'd ask every member. I know we have disagreements.
This is personal, Mr. Romer.
Then, Dr. Beebe, you should handle that personally outside of this meeting, okay?
I'm not interested in what Ms. Bophy thinks.
I appreciate it. There is a motion and there is a second. Is there objection to that motion?
I object.
There's one objection. Any other objection? Hearing none, so moved. Next item.
That concludes the Admin and Finance Committee.
So the next item is item 5.3, Educator Effectiveness Committee. Ms. Bophy.
On behalf of the Educator Effectiveness Committee, I move to approve motions 1 through 13.
Second. And there's a second by Mr. Lee. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, so moved. Next item.
Next item is item 5.4, School Innovation and Turnaround Committee. Mr. Garvey.
Yes, on behalf of the School Innovation and Turnaround Committee, I'd like to move for approval of items 1 through 5 and 7 through 11, including item 6.
There's a motion. Is there a second? And there's a second. So let's approve items 1 through 5 and 7 through 11. Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, so moved. And item 6 you pulled, Mr. Garvey?
Yes. You read it on motion of Dr. Beebe, seconded by Ms. Hill. The School Innovation and Turnaround Committee recommends that the board defer until December 2014 consideration of the Type 2 charter school application submitted by the Louisiana Delta 1 group, and direct the State Superintendent of Education to provide a report to the board at the December 2014 meeting regarding allegations concerning the Louisiana Delta Empowerment Group charter application.
Did you pull?
I pulled it.
Okay. Okay, it must be a speaker that wanted to speak. Scott Richard? He waves. It's, you know, you surprise me every day, Mr. Richard. Any further comment on this item? If not, can we have a motion on this item?
Move that we approve as printed.
I'll second it.
There's a motion to approve by Mr. Lee, seconded by Mr. Gio. Any objection?
May I have clarification? The motion is to defer?
No. Well, to do what was recommended in committee.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. Next item.
Next item is Board Advisory Council reports for 8G Advisory Council and Superintendent's Advisory Council. Receive the minutes and approve the tentative agendas.
Can we have a motion to receive and approve knowing that I think we have work to do on this council, and by the next board meeting, I may come forward with something. Ms. Smith moves for approval
I'll
and
second.
receive, seconded by Ms. Bradford. Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. Next item.
Next item is item 7.1, consideration of approving new faculty, course offerings, and textbooks for fiscal year 14-15 for the Louisiana School for Math, Science, and the Arts, LSMSA.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Lee and seconded by Ms. Bophy, I believe. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so moved.
Next item is item 7.2, consideration of the appointment of the BESE Executive Director.
I have a motion to offer for that in light of, we're still in the process of,
Yes.
of the interview process for that position. I move that the board appoint Ms. Kimberly Trippo, effective October 6, 2014, to serve as interim executive director until the position of executive director is filled. Direct the board president to work out any required details and defer until December 2014 consideration of the appointment of the BESE executive director.
I appreciate you. There's a motion. Is there a second for that? Second by Mr. Garvey. If I may, we have entered the process. The process is not yet completed. In the meantime, we need to officially name Ms. Trippo the interim executive director. I want this board to know that while she serves at interim, I will be working with the budget, and she will receive for that period of time an increase in compensation due to the extra duties during that period of time, and that for the December meeting we will have a new recommendation for the executive director. Each member will be invited to participate in that process between now and then, and I appreciate the input you've given me to this point. Are there any questions? Is there any objection? Hearing none, so moved. Next item.
The next item is on the emergency agenda, item 8.1, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, Section 339, Emergency Planning and Procedures, and Section 1103, Compulsory Attendance, and Bulletin 135, Health and Safety, Section 309, Communicable Disease Control to address planning and response to public health emergencies, student attendance, and continued educational services.
Ms. Bradford?
I have a motion.
Okay.
I move that the board receive the report that addresses planning and response to public health emergencies, student attendance, and continued educational services. 2, approve as a declaration of emergency, effective for a period of 120 days from adoption or until finally adopted as a rule, revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, 339, Emergency Planning and Procedures, and 1103, Compulsory Attendance. 3rd, approve as a declaration of emergency, effective for a period of 120 days from adoption until finally adopted as a rule, revisions to Bulletin 135, Health and Safety, 309, Communicable Disease Control. 4, approve as a notice of intent, revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, 339, Emergency Planning and Procedures, 1103, Compulsory Attendance, and lastly, approve as a notice of intent, revisions to Bulletin 135, Health and Safety, 309, Communicable Disease Control.
Is that all your motion? Is that it? We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Is there any questions about why we're doing this, or does anybody need clarity?
Yeah,
Mr.
clarity.
Gill, if I'll do my best, and somebody may do better than I. So this is really in response to the recent epidemic of Ebola and other viruses similar that we're still, as a country, trying to get our handle around, and we wanted to give districts a little leeway in what is normally a bureaucratic process, that if they deem there's an emergency that they need to dismiss students or take other action, this allows them to do that.
Okay.
So it can be improved, but we wanted to go ahead and get this done immediately and move forward as we need to.
I appreciate the foresight.
Any objection? Hearing none, that concludes our business. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.